Quick question. If World War III broke out tomorrow and you suddenly gained the power of regression, how many times would you relive the war before you completely lost your mind? Let me know your answer in the comments below. Anyway, on to the video.
The story begins with the villain's inner monologue. He cries out to his parents, sharing all the shit he's been through. About a year ago, when he was living his best life, Truck Kun came out of nowhere and hit him with that isekai DLC. At first, he had no idea what was going on, so he bawled his eyes out. However, after seeing the maidens of that world and realizing there was a chance to not only get bitches but also return to Earth, he decided to lock in. He dived headfirst into grueling battles, doing whatever it took to make it out alive. He also worked on his bitchy nature, doing his best to learn courage and comradeship, traits he undoubtedly lacked as a regular teen from Earth. He understands that some of the things he's saying might sound like nonsense to them, but he hopes they believe him when he says he's gotten stronger, strong enough not only to one-shot Minotaur cheeks, but also to cultivate genuine relationships. Relationships with allies who wouldn't hesitate to die for him should the need arise. Allies who would offer up the cakes should he wish to partake. Of course, it wasn't easy, and he's lost count of the number of times he's fallen, the number of allies he's lost. But he can confidently say he's pulled through more than he's stumbled. And even as he yaps this monologue, he is preparing to rise up again, and hopefully, this will be the last time. After today, he'll finally be done with this shit and make it back to Earth, back to them. Done with his monologue, or maybe letter, the hero and soon-to-be villain rises to face his last foe. He takes one last look at his trusted comrades before decisively walking into the boss's room, the Demon King's room. As he does, he sends one last cry out to his parents. He begs them to pray for him. Pray that he can defeat the Demon King and return to them. Pray that he can forget all the shit he's been through ever since he came to this world. And most importantly, pray that the Saintess will be too tipsy to make good decisions tonight, because he indeed needed them cheeks. Anyway, the Demon King is waiting, so he should probably get going. This is a goodbye for now from their son, who misses his family and friends dearly, their one and only son, Kim Minsu. After ending his cry, monologue, or maybe letter, I don't know anymore, Minsu proceeds to blitz through the Demon King. He yeets him so fast the scene switches to celebrations at the kingdom. The atmosphere is predictably festive, with the citizens celebrating the Demon King's death. The same is true for the heroes' party, who are having a ball in the palace. Unfortunately, the Saintess isn't drinking as much as he'd hoped, so the Cheek's forecast isn't looking great tonight. However, he'll still be returning to Earth soon, so at least there's that. Realizing he'll truly be leaving soon, Minsu lets out a tired sigh. After all the shit he's been through, he'd honestly never imagined that such a day would come. The Saintess chimes in, saying she's happy for him. For what it's worth, if she forgets all the times he cried like a bitch, she can genuinely say he'd done a great job. Receiving the validation, Minsu immediately starts sobbing. He knew this would make him seem like a crybaby in front of the Saintess, but god damn it, he missed his friends and family. He couldn't wait to be done with this crap and head home, especially now that he realized he'd be leaving this world a tragic virgin. The rest of the party tries to get him to stay, but the Saintess quickly shuts them down. She reminds them just how much Minsu misses his home, so asking him to stay would be too cruel. She rallies the others in bidding Minsu goodbye. Just as he'd been a hero and brought good fortune to their world, she hopes his future will be fortunate as well. The squad chimes in, yelling that it's only natural, since he's the hero, it's inevitable that his future will be blessed and gracious. 3 weeks later, and their bullshit couldn't have been more wrong. Minsu, the former hero, is nothing but a shell of a man. Despair doesn't even begin to describe the pain he's feeling. When he hurried home, what greeted him wasn't the loving face of his parents, but a complete stranger. Turns out, his mother had been killed in a hit-and-run accident. The worst part? She died while handing out flyers, still searching for him. Even with her last breath, she insisted that her son would never have run away from home. After her death, his father couldn't handle the sorrow and took his own life. He blamed himself for everything, believing it was his fault for failing to protect his family. As if that weren't enough, the hits just kept coming. He was expelled from school, and even the teachers rebuked him, calling him a good-for-nothing son, a stain on his parents' legacy. To make matters worse, his friends wanted nothing to do with him. They all abandoned him, offering bullshit excuses like their parents had forbidden them from speaking to him. Just like that, he became that guy. The uncle who didn't fit in anywhere and had his life in shambles. Yeah, it was probably best to keep their kids away from that guy. When everything failed, he hoped he'd get some comfort from his relatives. However, all he got in return was a beating. They beat the shit out of him, blaming him for everything that happened. Because of him, their kin were dead, and the family had gone bankrupt trying to find him. He was cast away, told never to return, even after death. And so there he was, homeless, broke, abandoned, and most importantly, broken and without bitches. He had nothing to his name, and the bottomless pit in his heart grew larger. The more he thought about it, the more harrowing the despair became. Why was a hero who saved the world suffering so much? Why did it feel like everything and everyone had deserted him once he'd outlived his usefulness? How was any of this fair? He sank deeper into darkness and despair, wandering the city like a ghost. Eventually, he lost track of his surroundings and bumped into a man. The dude wasn't having that shit and started bullying him, mostly to show off for his girl, who was laughing her ass off at the spectacle. They called him a loser, the kind so pathetic he wasn't even worth picking on. Hearing the taunts, something in Minsu finally snapped. He flicked his dead eyes toward the bullies and asked why they weren't sad. If he had saved the world and still felt this broken, why couldn't they feel the same? With those words, his last shred of humanity vanished, replaced by a new purpose. He wanted everyone to feel what he felt. Utter despair. The man lost it too and grabbed him by the hair. He'd already been mumbling a bunch of bullshit. Did he want his mouth torn open? Minsu ignored him and called forth his sword, the sword of Durant. Just as the maiden was laughing at him for being cringe and too deep in his fantasies, a sword shot down and blitzed the absolute shit out of the bully. His blood gushed like a fountain, drenching the wench, her laughter dying in her throat. When she finally processed what the hell had just happened, overwhelming terror slammed into her, and she screamed her lungs out. Minsu, however, ignored the bitch and donned his armor. He told her to scream louder. She had to feel the same pain he was feeling. With that, he raised his sword and unleashed a slash that tore through the entire city center. It started off relatively large but quickly bloomed into a full-on fucking nuclear explosion. The explosion was so catastrophic, the entire country felt the aftershock. When it was all said and done, only one man stood in the middle of the wreckage. The hero who had saved the world. The hero who wanted everyone to feel his pain. And finally, the villain who had single-handedly wiped out an entire city. Kim motherfucking Minsu. We get a mini time skip to 3 weeks later. In the outskirts of Gyeonggi province, a stream of vehicles is frantically fleeing the capital. In one of those vehicles, we're introduced to the next major character in our tragic tale, the homie Park Jeongsu. Just like the villain, he's got his own monologue rocking in the background. He says that everyone, at some point in their lives, has thought about the world ending. It might be because of nuclear war, a natural disaster, or even a zombie apocalypse. However, no one ever really considers that it could end because of a... Before he could finish, his mother told him to cut out that monologue bullshit and lock in. Who did he think he was? Deadpool? Upset and low-key embarrassed, Jeongsu flicked his gaze toward his sister, who was bawling her eyes out. She was upset that they couldn't evacuate with their father, who had unfortunately been held back due to some reasons. Being a good brother and finding himself idle after his monologue was so rudely interrupted, Jeongsu focused on cheering up his sister. He told her not to worry. Their father would definitely rendezvous with them in Busan. However, until then, she should try to keep her tears to herself. Their mother was already a terrible driver. Who knows what shit show would happen if she got distracted by her crying. Just as he was about to throw more shade at the woman who killed his monologue vibe, a motorbike rushed by, shutting down the entire freeway. Following the halt was a policeman's panicked voice, announcing that the hero was closing in on them. He instructed everyone to abandon their vehicles and flee on foot. Otherwise, no one would be able to escape alive. The citizens heard hero and death and said say no more. They quickly abandoned their vehicles, fleeing frantically on foot. Just as the officer was about to warn them to slow down, a tank came flying in, crashing the shit out of him. This sudden change caught everyone off guard, and the entire place erupted into chaos. The citizens ran around like headless chickens, trampling anything that dared to get in their way. Amid the carnage, the Park family also fled, forcing their way through the chaos in a desperate bid to survive. At first, things were going smoothly, but soon the younger sister, Dabin, began to fall behind, forcing Jeongsu to carry her, further slowing their escape. Meanwhile, the hero was on the move, swiftly closing the distance on the fleeing civilians, leaving a trail of death and mangled corpses in his wake. Watching the civilians flee so pathetically, Minsu sneered in disgust. The very idea that they still clung to hope of escaping, was revolting to him. Did they really think they could survive while everyone else was dying? Did they truly believe they deserved to live, to love, and to enjoy life while he was out here in the drought, without a single coin or bitch to his name? Nah, fuck all that. He was going to kill them all. As he went on a rampage, the scene shifted to Jeongsu and his sister. Predictably, the young Chad was sweating bullets as he weaved through the crowd in a frantic escape. His breathing was already labored, but he grit his teeth and pushed on. Unfortunately, there's always that one asshole in the apocalypse, and in this case, it was the bastard who bumped into Jeongsu and knocked the bear out of Dabin's arms. It was quickly trampled and kicked under a vehicle. Seeing this, Dabin immediately yanked Jeongsu's hair. The sudden jolt scared the shit out of him. For a second, he thought the hero had caught up to him, or worse, that Diddy was coming in for seconds. Luckily, it was neither, and all he had to deal with were his sister's tantrums. He told her to forget about it, that they could always get her a new toy. But Dabin insisted this one was special. It had been a gift from their father, the last one he gave her before he left. So Jeongsu had no choice. He had to retrieve it. He sighed in annoyance, but in the end, his love for his sister won out. He sat her on top of a vehicle and told her to keep an eye on their mom and the path she took. Then, without wasting another second, he backtracked to find the toy. It was a hustle, but fortunately, no one was dumb enough to get in his way while fleeing for their lives. Eventually, he spotted the teddy and reached for it, just as the hero descended upon them, sword raised and ready to strike. With a single slash, he tore through the area, butchering everything and anything in his path. Blood flowed like rivers, and the entire cityscape erupted into a doomsday-like hell. When he finally came to, Jeongsu couldn't process what the hell he was seeing. The entire area had transformed into a nightmarish abyss, littered with corpses and heavy with the stench of charred flesh. His gut dropped in an instant. Where was Dabin? His mother? His grandmother? Panic took over as he rushed forward in a frenzy, desperately searching for them in the midst of the hellish ruin. Then, to his horror, he stepped on something, his sister's bloody arm. The sight made him freeze. Heart pounding, he frantically shoved aside the rubble, trying to reach her. But all that remained was the severed arm, and a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Jeongsu cried out in despair, struggling to suppress the nausea rising in his throat. He collapsed to his knees, trembling as the reality of losing his entire family sank in. Behind him, soft and deliberate footsteps approached. Minsu, drawn in by the lifeless look in Jeongsu's eyes. The Chad didn't hold back. He complimented Jeongsu directly. He liked the look in his eyes. Eyes that spoke of true loss, true despair. Eyes just like his, devoid of hope, love, and of course, bitches. Jeongsu ignored the last part and demanded furiously, why had he done this? Minsu met his glare and replied calmly, because he could. What other reason did he need? The nonchalant tone pushed Jeongsu over the edge. He snapped, grabbed a metal rod, and charged forward, swinging, driven by a raw hunger for vengeance. Unfortunately, his MC power-up was still on cooldown. Minsu choked his shit. Pause, grabbing him by the neck. Wearing a villainous grin, he taunted Jeongsu, asking what he thought he was doing. Did he want revenge? With skills that pathetic? Before Jeongsu could react, he hurled him into the air and drove his colossal sword straight through him. Pause. The attack knocked the wind out of Jeongsu, leaving him dangling helplessly, bleeding out on the sword. As his vision darkened, for some reason, he decided to continue his inner monologue. He reflected on how most people imagine the end of the world, but no one ever thinks their world will end because of a hero. He apologized to his sister, Dabin, his mother, his father, and finally his grandmother for failing to avenge them. He also apologized to his potential hus for dying too soon, before they ever had the chance to meet. And so, on that day, Jeongsu died, having lost everything to the hero: his family, his life, and most importantly, his future hus. But fate wasn't done with the homie just yet. As he closed his eyes, he suddenly awoke to a maiden calling his name. Turns out, he'd been hit with the Isekai DLC, reincarnated in a new world as a hero, the very thing he'd come to despise. Following the massacre in Gyeonggi province, we get another time skip, this time to 1 year later. During that period, the hero had continued his rampage, and eventually, the government fell. Unfortunately, the collapse of the government wasn't the only crisis the civilians had to endure. Several individuals, just like the villain Minsu, began appearing and joined his tyrannical regime. They divided up the land of South Korea, each ruling and lording over their own domain. Everyone except Minsu, who was already overcompensating with his colossal sword. This part of the story shifts us to Jeju Island, the domain of the golem hero. In one of the warehouses, manned by a drone that looks suspiciously like a wrinkled nutsack, we're introduced to the vixen of the story. However, at the moment, the vixen isn't vixening. She's visibly sullen, mumbling about how she wants to die. Beside her lay a friend who rebukes her, warning her to cut it out with the jinxing nonsense. Did she want all of them to die? Clearly unbothered, the vixen replies that death would be more merciful than the hell they called living. The response stuns her friend, who immediately starts bawling. She reminds the vixen why they fled there in the first place. They wanted to live. But the vixen replies that that wasn't living. If she'd known things would get this bad, she would have ended it all back in Seoul. As the somber atmosphere settles around them, the door suddenly swings open, and in walks Thing from the Addams family. The monstrosity quickly rounds them up, herding them outside like a flock of sheep. Soon, under the guidance of several more things, the scattered groups are combined and lined up like prisoners in a labor camp. When everyone was finally assembled, the ruler of the domain, and the new villain of the story, made his grand entrance. He scaled the crouched hands that obediently lowered themselves into makeshift stairs. Upon reaching the raised platform, the hero accepted their killer salute with a cocky grin aimed at his terrified subjects. Wasting no time, he flexed his power, snapping his fingers and conjuring a speaker golem out of mere sand. Satisfied with the display, he launched into his cheerful speech. However, halfway through his bullshit, he noticed the listless expressions on the crowd's faces and frowned deeply. Why did they have that dead look in their eyes? Did they hate working that much? Or worse, did they hate him? The thought struck him as absurd. In his opinion, he was a benevolent lord. If they'd been under the rule of the vampire hero or the hero of faith, their fates would have been worse than death. They could have been drained of blood, or worse, brainwashed into one of those fanatical religious heretics. He genuinely considered them lucky, but clearly, that sentiment wasn't shared by the subject who kept staring up at him with that same damn listless gaze. Enraged, the hero began cackling darkly. He glared at the subjects, pests who'd clearly forgotten their place. Seemed like he'd been too lenient with them. Well, it was time to correct that. Noticing the hero's raised hand, the crowd broke into a panic. They frantically scurried to escape, each one concerned only with their own life. But it was too late. With a casual flick of his finger, the hands unleashed a gale of destruction that mercilessly tore through the civilians. Their anguished moans died in their throats as their bodies collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Unfortunately, one of the casualties ended up being the vixen's friend, who literally died choking on her own blood. She'd tried to call out to the vixen, but the maiden hadn't started her redemption arc yet, so she nonchalantly ignored her. Up on the platform, the hero kept going, flicking his fingers a few more times, decimating civilians with every snap. When things finally calmed down, the survivors made their way to the farm, their place of labor for the day. Among them was the vixen, still wearing that same sullen, unbothered look, as if her friend hadn't just died seconds ago. As she busied herself with her work, an old lady came forward and filled up her basket. She told the vixen to take a walk. She looked like shit, and clearly needed one. The maiden expressed her gratitude, picked up a tangerine, and prepared to leave. Before she did, the old lady reminded her to be wary of the nutsack drones in the sky. Those little bastards spied on everything, so she better not rub one out in the forest. The maiden said bet and hurried off. She quickly made her way to the ocean, the only place she truly felt comfortable. Come to think of it, that was the reason she had chosen Jeju Island as her place of escape. She'd hoped to find comfort amidst the crashing waves. But now, she wasn't sure she could even call her way of existing comfortable. It was a nightmare, corpses dropping around her like flies. Before she knew it, her voice choked up and tears began to fall. She finally realized she was alone. Worse, she had ignored her only friend in her final moments. That thought broke her, especially when she realized she hadn't even tried to help. Just as she was about to drown in her sob fest, a silhouette appeared, startling the shit out of her. The figure turned out to be a soldier, a brave warrior who'd come scavenging for supplies. He asked for food, and a few minutes later the two were chatting it up in the forest. After eating his fill, the warrior asked for more, not for himself, but for his starving comrades. At first, the vixen hesitated, fearing the hero's wrath if she got caught. But then, as if steeling her resolve, she agreed, choosing to support the revolution instead of watching passively. The soldier expressed his gratitude and made a vow. If she risked her life to bring them food, then they'd put their lives on the line to fight the hero. At the very least, they'd try to reclaim the island. As for what came after, he didn't care. He'd gladly take on that smoke. The maiden said bet and made a run for it. Since the surveillance drone wasn't focused on their location yet, now was the perfect time to move. She quickly returned with a basket of tangerines, a fire of hope and determination burning in her chest. Never again would she watch passively as those close to her died. Never again would she turn her eyes from the massacres committed by the so-called heroes. She would face them and play her part in the revolution. Viva la revolution, bitch. Unfortunately, her heroine starter pack arrived a little too late. When she reached the rendezvous point, she found the golem hero choking the shit out of the soldiers. The revolution had died before it could even begin. Shocked and horrified, she couldn't even react as a golem scooped her up. Pain brought her back to her senses, and she immediately questioned the hero. How had he known about their little "Viva la revolution, bitch" moment? The surveillance golem clearly hadn't been watching them. The hero looked at her like she was stupid. Did she really think he only had one golem? Hell no. He had hella drones. Drones galore. He canceled their invisibility mode, revealing the thousands of drones hovering in the air. Seeing the horrified look on the maiden's face, he burst out laughing. It was all a joke, a bait to give the rats hope before mercilessly crushing it. They never stood a chance. And if she thought it was cruel, inhuman, then she should become a hero and do something about it. Or maybe go back in time and comfort them when they were suffering. With that, he began his torture, squeezing the golem's hand just hard enough to crush her bones. Feeling her life draining from her body, the heroine decided to take the Sakura route. Full, useless trash. She cried out for someone, anyone, to save her. And lo and behold, someone actually answered. Stars twinkled in the sky before crashing down in a blinding explosion. A dust storm erupted, forcing the hero to stumble back. When the air finally cleared, a Chadly-looking figure stood before him. It was none other than Park motherfucking Jeongsu, back from the isekai, having clapped divine cheeks and finally returned to Earth. The hero of vengeance had arrived. An intense yet silent stare-down followed Jeongsu's arrival. All parties involved wondered what the hell was going on. But after a casual glance around and seeing the numerous crushed corpses, Jeongsu began to piece together the details. He turned to the vixen and, like a true alpha Chad, called her woman and demanded an explanation of the situation. Confused and slightly irritated at being referred to as woman, the vixen spaced out for a second, failing to answer the question. Feeling left out, the golem hero barked at the duo, demanding to know what the hell was happening. Who was this bastard, and why was he flirting with half-dead bitches in front of him? Confused and irritated for the second time that day, the vixen ignored the hero's accusatory bullshit and locked in on Jeongsu. Who was this bastard truly? He clearly wasn't part of Minsu's party, or else he'd already be infamous. Plus, he didn't seem to recognize the golem hero either, which meant he had to be new. Either way, this was her chance, and she wasn't keen on letting it slip by. Channeling her snitch no jutsu, she began snitching like crazy. She told Jeongsu about the golem hero, about how he was an underling of the sword hero, and all the atrocities he'd committed thus far. Winding up, she revealed that the hero had just massacred a squad of valiant soldiers and was now attempting to kill a dazzling maiden like herself. Fed up with her nonsense, the golem hero tightened his grip, forcing the vixen to squeal under the intensifying pressure. He warned her to watch her mouth, lest he kill her right then and there. But aside from that, what gave her the confidence to speak so brazenly before him? Did she think this was some casual meetup or something? Jeongsu chimed in, revealing that he'd already understood the situation. The golem hero was an asshole who was using his powers to massacre civilians, but most importantly, he was an underling of that wretched, bastard, maidenless son of a bitch Minsu. Overwhelming hatred and bloodlust radiated from him, and he asked the hero if he'd gotten it right. The golem hero was a little taken aback by his hostility, but soon regained his composure. So what if he had gotten it right? What would he do about it? Jeongsu glared at him and replied with one word: die. Acting on that declaration, he immediately entered a fighting stance. The golem hero responded in kind, and the two heroes officially began their battle. Taking the initiative, the golem hero opened with a dual short and long-ranged attack. He blasted Jeongsu with miniature death rays while deploying his hand golems to crush him in melee. Jeongsu didn't panic and responded accordingly. He spun his spear above him, creating a magical tornado that shredded everything around him. Then he pressed the attack, appearing before the hero in an instant. Without hesitation, he unleashed a crescent slash, chopping off the hero's arms with savagery. Intense pain streaked through the hero's body, and he instinctively screamed. He wanted to curse Jeongsu out, but a brutal kick to the jaw shut him right up. Having subdued the enemy, Jeongsu told him to confess. How well did he know the sword hero? The golem hero responded with an enraged shout, saying he didn't know what Jeongsu was talking about. To this, Jeongsu chopped off a leg, shutting the lying bastard up. With an intense gaze, he warned the hero not to fuck with him. Every time he lied or omitted details, he'd chop off a body part. Resuming his interrogation, he repeated his previous question. Did he know the sword hero or nah? The golem hero replied that he did, the trauma from the pain still evident. He then glared at Jeongsu, refusing to answer his next question. Where was the sword hero right now? Without hesitation, Jeongsu chopped off another leg, reminding the goldfish-brained hero of the consequences of defiance. Then, as somber as ever, he repeated the question. Where the hell was that bastard Minsu? The golem hero broke into tears, begging to be spared. He'd do anything if it meant he could survive. Jeongsu straight up rejected the offer. First of all, saying anything was wild. He might have been tempted if he were a huzz, but unfortunately he wasn't. Second of all, the hero's death was inevitable. Since he'd given up on being human, it was unavoidable that he'd die here. However, if he answered all the questions honestly, Jeongsu would at least grant him a swift death. The golem hero smirked at the absurd counteroffer and chuckled coldly. He wasn't talking to Jeongsu but to his precious golems behind him. With those words, the hundreds of golems attacked, directing a portion of their forces toward the vixen as well. Surprised by the unexpected stray, the vixen stuttered in disbelief before getting absolutely swarmed. Meanwhile, the golem hero used that opportunity to escape. He deployed his hand golems, using their flight to carry him into the distance. As he did, he reflected on how things had ended up like this. Just like Minsu, he'd also been summoned into another world as a hero. The story followed the obvious tropes. He killed the princess and clapped the demon king. Oops, sorry, got that backwards. He clapped the princess and killed the demon king. Or maybe he clapped both. Who knows? Anyway, he quickly wrapped things up and returned to Earth. When he did, he was expecting a little gratitude, some kind of compensation for everything he'd done, especially since the demon king's next target would have been Earth. In a sense, saving that world was like saving Earth. However, just like Minsu, his reception wasn't all that great. He came home to a father who didn't want anything to do with him. All attempts to get help, even just a basic roof over his head, resulted in utter failure. The government and system failed him, forcing him to become homeless. As if that wasn't enough, he couldn't get work to support himself since he was technically still a minor. Most of the places he tried chased him out as soon as they discovered his age. Don't even talk about compensation for his labor. Those bastards stole that too. Worst of all, he was, as most have guessed already, without Huz. A pitiful human indeed. Back in the present, the hero was continuing his escape when he heard a rumbling behind him. He tensely looked back only to see Jeongsu in a fighting stance, ready to attack. Without hesitation, Jeongsu coiled back, preparing a nasty spear throw. He delivered the golem hero's final verdict: death by thrusting. Pause. Picking up on the disastrous shift, the hero unleashed his trump card, the praying flower attack. It was a devastating blow, capable of leveling an entire city. Jeongsu responded in kind, activating his lightning ability. He coated his spear with it, boosting the output by a shit ton. Then, without mercy, he hurled it forward, splitting the sea and crashing headlong against the destructive laser beam. The spear broke through, cleaved the sky, and pierced right through the fleeing hero. It left a gaping hole in his chest, obliterating his heart and half his torso. When the dust settled, the only thing left was a mangled hero, thus marking the fall of Earth's first villain. The golem hero, destroyer of Jeju Island and countless innocents, had died a tragic virgin. Damn. Meanwhile, in another world, a celebration was underway. It was a festival honoring the hero who'd killed the Demon King and saved their world. The mages and citizens gathered, wishing the valiant hero happiness. They prayed that he'd find as much joy as he had brought to their world. Unexpectedly, the valiant hero turned out to be none other than the golem hero who had massacred thousands, and now lay dying tragically after losing to Jeongsu. Following the hero's death, all the golems under his control collapsed as well. The long-imprisoned civilians on the island finally regained their freedom and joyfully reunited with their families. A cheerful, bustling atmosphere spread across the island as they celebrated the fall of one of Earth's mightiest foes. Meanwhile, in the bushes nearby, the true hero, Jeongsu Park, watched all of this in envy. He envied the families lucky enough to reunite, since that was something he'd never have. A shadow of sorrow streaked across his face as he sighed regretfully at the thought. Lost in his mind, he barely picked up on the rustling bushes behind him. Acting quickly, he thrust his spear, stopping inches from the peeping Tom spying on him. Turns out the peep was the vixen, who, come to think of it, still hadn't been given a proper name. In fact, the neglect was so bad that the maiden herself introduced herself as the field girl. Cringing at the awkwardness, the vixen tried to change the subject and asked Jeongsu what he was doing hiding in the bushes. Was he practicing his stalker skills or something? Anyway, the civilians were curious about the hero who had saved them, so he should probably go say hi. Jeongsu flicked her a dismissive glance and declined immediately. He had no desire to be acknowledged for what he'd done. Besides, seeing another hero would just revive the civilians' fear instead. The whole thing sounded like a hustle, so why should he bother? Watching the slowly retreating Jeongsu, Field Girl flashed a gentle smile. He might say he didn't care, but it was obvious he was just a big, fluffy tsundere. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so thoughtful and considerate toward the civilians' feelings. Jeongsu flinched at her words, knowing he'd been seen through. He didn't drop his facade, however, telling Field Girl to think whatever she wanted. Besides, they wouldn't be seeing each other again anyway. Realizing she was about to be written out of the story, the vixen immediately locked in. She first asked Jeongsu what his plans were. Did he intend to kill all the heroes? Jeongsu immediately confirmed. With a look of deep hatred in his eyes, he explained his plan. He would kill the sword hero and anyone foolish enough to side with him. The vixen followed up with another question. What was his reason? Revenge? Jeongsu confirmed again. Was there a better reason? He couldn't help but wonder if the vixen was slow or something. Otherwise, she wouldn't be asking such obvious questions. Ignoring the contempt in Jeongsu's eyes, the vixen did the most cliché thing ever. She asked to be brought along. Jeongsu looked at her like she was crazy. Was she really dense in the head, or just suicidal? Why would she ask something so ridiculous? Clearly self-aware, the vixen hurried to explain. She knew Jeongsu regarded her as dead weight, but that couldn't be further from the truth. He might say he intended to kill the heroes, but did he even know where they were? What abilities they had? And even if he did, how was he planning to get to them? He clearly didn't have a clue. That's where she came in. She would be his guide. She knew everything about the heroes and how to reach them. She could connect him with the human resistance, help him acquire supplies and resources, everything he'd need for his campaign. All she was asking for was a chance to be his guide. Moved by her resolve and her bullshit resourcefulness, Jeongsu asked about her reasons. Why was she willing to go that far? To endanger her life? The vixen replied that she was weak. Taking out a photograph of her family, she explained that she wanted revenge for their deaths, but was too weak to get it herself. Therefore, she was pinning her hopes on him, hoping she'd realize her revenge through him. A sorrowful silence followed her words, and the two settled into a somber quiet. Neither the civilians celebrating nearby, nor the heroes across the land, knew that a silent contract had just been signed in the depths of a random forest, a contract that would shape the fate of the world. Like a true Chad, Jeongsu issued the final warning. If she didn't mind being used and abandoned, then she could follow him. The vixen readily agreed. She loved that harsh, kinky shit, so why would she hesitate? Fast forward to a while later, and the duo were seen planning their next move. After careful consideration, Field Girl offered two potential targets: a nearby hero who was a pain in the ass to deal with, or a hero who was further away but considerably less annoying. Which would Jeongsu prefer? Jeongsu answered without hesitation. He'd go for the one who'd die the quickest. Everything else was irrelevant. The vixen chuckled at the reply. She had a feeling he'd say something like that. Anyway, if that was his requirement, then their next target would be the Sea Dragon hero. Sharing more intel, she revealed the lore behind this particular bitch. She was responsible for annihilating entire fleets, making ocean travel a nightmare. Worse still, her ocean dragon was practically a nuclear bomb, capable of wiping out anything it came across. With those words, she couldn't help but think back to her encounter with the Sea Dragon hero. That wench had massacred thousands of refugees on their way to Jeju Island, and unfortunately, her entire family had been part of the unlucky group. Breaking out of her trance, tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to fall. She barely managed to pull herself together and face Jeongsu. The MC, in return, told her not to be afraid of the Sea Dragon hero. All she needed to know was that the bitch deserved death, and they'd kill her. But that aside, how were they supposed to get to her? If they were going to fight at sea, then they'd need a boat. Field Girl smirked mysteriously and told him to leave that to her. She knew exactly where to find the help they needed. Fast forward again, and the duo were now by the shore. In front of them stood a squad of Marines, and behind them a fully functional warship. Turns out they were also survivors of the Golem hero's tyranny. After he'd died, they had reclaimed their stolen ships, and here they were. With a solemn salute, they greeted Jeongsu, promising to be at his service. For the sake of their fallen comrades, they were willing to follow him anywhere, even into the depths of hell. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Jeju Island, the scene shifted to a world of storms and lightning. Amidst the roaring waves and towering tsunamis, we were introduced to the target of Jeongsu's hunt, the Sea Dragon hero. Seemingly sensing a foreboding presence, the Sea Dragon rose from its slumber and peered into the distance. The hero noticed its unease and calmly comforted it. There was no reason to be worried. With melons as busty as hers, they had nothing to fear. Okay, she didn't say that, but goddamn. Shifting back to Jeju Island. On the coast where the land bled into the sea, a makeshift funeral was underway. Officiating the ceremony was a jacked-up Marine, lost in his thoughts as he smoked a cigarette. After brooding in silence for a while, he was joined by the captain, who noticed his solemn demeanor and sighed heavily. Suppressing the worry in his voice, the captain informed the Marine that they'd be leaving in 2 hours, so for his sake, and the crew's, he'd better lock in. The Marine ignored the warning and challenged him directly. Were they really doing the right thing? Should they be supporting Jeongsu? Sure, he had killed the Golem hero, but that wasn't enough to decide whether he was friend or foe. And even if he was a friend, What guarantee did they have that he could defeat the Sea Dragon hero, let alone the vastly superior sword hero, Minsu? The whole situation was a gamble, and he didn't know how to play it. He looked back at the graves of his fallen comrades and let the last of his doubt slip out. He wasn't sure if he wanted to go back to that hell, not on his own accord at least. The captain stared at the broken marine and replied with confidence. He didn't know whether Jeongsu was a friend or foe, and honestly, he didn't care. All he knew was that Jeongsu intended to kill the heroes, and that was enough for him. After losing 300 of his men, good men he had treated like sons, he no longer cared if he had to team up with the devil himself. As long as he could avenge his crew, he would be satisfied. When his own time came and he passed into the afterlife, he wanted to meet them with confidence, to tell them that although they had survived, they had found a way to avenge them, and that they had done everything possible to ensure their deaths weren't in vain. Tears welled in the Marine's eyes as he listened to his captain's words. He vowed to follow him anywhere, even into hell itself. No matter where Jeongsu's allegiance lay, he would do his best to ignite the flames of freedom in his country. Fast forward an hour later, the warship was now on the move. In one of the cabins of the mighty fortress, a strategy meeting was underway. True to her position as strategist, the field girl promptly shared intel, a drawing of the hero and her sea dragon. Taken aback by the awful and straight-up garbage sketch, Jeongsu asked if she was serious. Even a kid's doodle wouldn't be that bad. Blushing, clearly embarrassed, the field girl told him not to worry about the art. The real value was the intel. What she truly wanted to convey was that, unlike the other heroes, the Sea Dragon hero was like two heroes in one. Both she and her dragon could be considered individual heroes. Frowning, Jeongsu asked if they could act independently as well. Vixen replied that although it was possible, it was unlikely. In all her appearances, the hero always fought in unison with the dragon, standing atop its head. The beast itself never moved unless ordered by her. As far as Vixen knew, they could consider them a unit, the hero as the brains and the dragon as the brawn. Jeongsu nodded in understanding and asked his next question. What were their attack patterns? Field Girl answered that they were simple. The dragon attacked with its breath and slammed with its body, purely offensive. All defense was left to the hero. Jeongsu frowned. Simple or not, the combination covered both offense and defense. Things wouldn't be as easy as he'd hoped. He was about to press further when a blaring alarm drew everyone's attention. Without hesitation, he grabbed his spear and sprinted outside. What he saw was chaos, a panicked crowd frantically rushing to their stations. Confused, he seized a soldier and demanded to know what was happening, why everyone was running around like headless chickens. The soldier stammered that they were under attack. Countless unidentified creatures were closing in, and it wouldn't be long before they were swarmed. Meanwhile, on the bridge, the captain was receiving a clearer analysis. The ship's radar had picked up a swarm of sea beasts, all charging straight toward them. Terrified, the radar operator shouted over the PA system, warning everyone to brace for impact. The gunners were granted free rein to fire at will. Receiving the order, they muttered, "Say less," and unleashed hell. A thunderous volley erupted, lighting up the night sky. After a deafening barrage, the chaos subsided, and the attackers were revealed for what they really were. To everyone's shock, they weren't even sea beasts, just fish. The crew was stunned, everyone except Jeongsu, who knew it was only the beginning. He roared at the crew to lock in, warning them that the true enemy was finally making her move. True to his words, a massive whirlpool tore open the ocean, and from it rose a colossal dragon. Its draconic roar split the heavens, deafening all who heard it. Atop the beast's head stood the hero herself, the busty Suashin. Without hesitation, she gave her command to her dragon, Dracaris. Oops, wrong story. Realizing shit was about to hit the fan, the captain ordered the ship to dodge. But Jeongsu cut him off, demanding the anchors be dropped instead. Though skeptical and terrified, the captain backed Jeongsu's call, commanding his crew to abide. This time, they were betting all their chips on him. The anchors plunged, rooting the ship in place. Before they could react, the dragon exhaled, spewing a torrent of searing flames toward them. Jeongsu didn't panic. He called forth his second spear, Ansil, the shield spear. Crimson light cracked through the night, and from it emerged an ominous, cross-shaped weapon. Gripping it tight, Jeongsu willed it to awaken. The weapon responded instantly, manifesting a star-shaped barrier before the ship. Still unconvinced of their safety, Jeongsu barked one last warning, urging everyone to get down lest they lose their heads in the clash. His words had barely left his lips when the dragon's breath struck, splitting the sea and shattering the skies. A thunderous explosion followed, lighting up the night, marking the epic beginning of the grand battle for freedom. The sea waves churned as the tremendous pressure from the clashing magic power blanketed the ocean, suppressing all those unfortunate enough to be caught in the battle. Meanwhile, the mortal soldiers were facing the worst of it. Not only could their weak, feeble bodies not handle the strain, but the mental pressure of knowing they were holding Jeongsu back weighed heavily on them. They knew for a fact that Jeongsu wasn't fighting back because he was protecting them, and that only made them feel even more useless. Fed up with being a bunch of useless sakuras, a soldier finally called out to the captain, urging him to give orders. At the very least, they had to do something to help Jeongsu. Hearing the shout, the captain finally snapped out of his daze. He quickly picked up the PA system and relayed his orders to the soldiers on deck. Everyone and their mothers were to prepare for battle. Their target was the hero and her sea dragon. Do everything possible to run interference and buy Jeongsu some wiggle room. The soldiers said bet and set to action. They quickly let it rip, launching a shit ton of missiles at the duo. The missiles corrected their trajectories mid-flight, arched over Jeongsu's barrier, and continued straight toward the sea dragon hero and her giant worm. Noticing the threat, the Sea Dragon hero immediately deployed defensive measures. First, she gave a quick tease at them boobies, because that bounciness alone was enough to ricochet the missiles back to the senders. Next, she took the more conventional route, setting up a magic barrier. Chanting a spell, she erected the Shield of Atlas, successfully blocking the incoming barrage. The move left the captain flabbergasted, as he hadn't expected her to act like that. Normally, the heroes just tanked missiles without a care, since they never did any real damage anyway. His goal hadn't been to harm her, but to distract her long enough to buy Jeongsu some breathing room. Nevertheless, he wouldn't be discouraged by just one failure. If it didn't work the first time, he'd just spin the block on her ass a couple more times until something eventually stuck. He gave his next order, instructing the soldiers to launch everything. Empty the magazines, dump every round, fire all the rockets, let that busty hero drown in explosions. Cough cough. Sorry, I meant very evil hero. The soldiers said bet and let them fly. They unleashed everything on her, blanketing the sky in fiery streaks of rockets. Meanwhile, Jeongsu immediately began to feel a change. The crushing pressure from the sea dragon gradually started to lessen. He soon realized it was due to the unique relationship between the hero and her dragon. Turns out the maiden was sharing her mana with the beast. Normally, she channeled all of it to the sea dragon, making its attacks tyrannical. However, with the bombardment from the ship forcing her to shield herself, she was now diverting a portion of her mana away, decreasing its output. This delighted Jeongsu, who inwardly praised the sailors. Seemed like they weren't that useless after all. He predicted that if things continued like this, the sea dragon hero would eventually run out of mana, and victory would be theirs. Feeling confident, Jeongsu stepped forward, aiming to press the advantage and speed up her demise. Unfortunately, things never go smoothly. After realizing Jeongsu had discovered her weakness, the Sea Dragon hero decisively changed tactics. Since blocking was putting her at a disadvantage, she'd make it so she didn't have to block at all. The simplest way? Destroy the ship. Grabbing her tossed trident, she switched her grip and entered a throwing stance. Without hesitation, she chanted the Spear of Atlas spell, buffing the weapon and yeeting it at the incoming missiles. The trident shredded through them like butter, setting off premature explosions, then traced a blazing arc through the sky, attempting to bypass Jeongsu's shield and strike the ship directly. But Jeongsu was one step ahead. He quickly expanded the surface of his magic barrier, successfully blocking the attack. Unfortunately, the Sea Dragon hero still had more up her sleeve. Deploying a divine fingering technique, she flicked her fingers upward, easily changing the trident's trajectory. Then, as if recalling her late-night jerking sesh, she unleashed a combo of finger techniques, going absolutely wild with them hands. The moves were so graceful, I was low-key tempted to see what that felt like. Meanwhile, the sailors on the ship weren't having such a great time. The trident tore through every obstacle, mowing down sailors left and right. The ship descended into chaos, racked by explosions with every sweep of the weapon. The sailors were powerless, massacred by the dozens. Finally, the last man standing ran toward the captain, hoping to shield him with his dying breath. Unfortunately, the trident was too fast, mowing him down before he could fulfill his noble goal. That left the captain all alone, with no one but himself to face the incoming strike. Blood and gore sputtered across the glass, marking his tragic death. Meanwhile, the trident maintained its tyrannical charge, hurtling straight toward Jeongsu. With Dragon's breath coming from the front and the trident ambushing from behind, Jeongsu suddenly found himself in a perilous situation. He had no way to protect himself. The Sea Dragon hero grinned in victory, shouting for Jeongsu to just die already. The trident struck, and blood sputtered like a fountain. But contrary to what we expected, the mangled body wasn't Jeongsu's, it was a sailor's. The man had stepped in to block the attack for him. Clutching the trident with a death grip, he refused to let it move another inch toward Jeongsu. With a resolute tone, he roared at the Sea Dragon hero not to fuck with him. Did she really think she could kill Jeongsu with him watching? Nah. They'd already sacrificed too much to let her belittle them like that. He was a sailor, goddammit, and he'd be damned if he let her trample his honor or kill those he swore to protect. He thought back to his conversation with the captain, how they wanted to live the rest of their lives in service to their fallen brothers, how they wanted to ensure the lives saved by those sacrifices weren't lived in vain, and how they'd decided to give their own lives if necessary to keep the resistance alive. Those memories gave him the strength to hold on, to stop the trident in its tracks, to prevent it from reaching Jeongsu, the last hope of their rebellion. Though grueling, he managed to exhaust the trident's mana and rip control of it away from the Sea Dragon hero. Dying, he cracked a triumphant smile and uttered his last words, asking Jeongsu to continue the resistance and wield the trident well. Just like his brothers before him, he was sacrificing his life for the cause. He only hoped all their sacrifices would be worth it. With that, he breathed his last, going to reunite with his brothers in the afterlife. Jeongsu glanced down at him with a mixture of sadness and resolve. No words were necessary. He would definitely continue the struggle. At the very least, he'd make sure their deaths weren't in vain. With that thought, he grabbed hold of the trident and began the binding process. A cold, freezing aura seeped from it, marking its official debut. The glacial trident had been born. Meanwhile, in the afterlife, the sailor finally reunited with his fallen brothers. He apologized for keeping them waiting, but told them he was here now. Hugging them tightly, he embraced them with confidence, knowing he had kept his promise. He died honorably, contributing to the resistance. This time, he hadn't run away. Shifting back to the fight, we are given a bit more lore about the Sea Dragon hero. Just like all the heroes we've come to know thus far, she was also summoned to another world. In her case, it was to an aquatic world full and brimming with all sorts of marine life forms and kin. Of course, back in those days, she was still a young maiden and not the busty mommy we currently know. However, she still had a little bit of that maiden charm. In a pixelated form, of course. The world she was summoned to was called Atlas, the world of sea dragons, and for some reason Kratos was also there, just chilling, blending in with the masses and trying to fool people with his ridiculous disguise. Someone go tell this bastard he ain't Superman. Changing his iconic paint from red to blue isn't enough to fool anyone. Anyway, as the new hero, Sua Shin was introduced to the royalties of that world, and the one who summoned her. He turned out to be a jacked-up dude, flexing his abs and wielding a trident, the same trident Sua would later carry. Delighted, the King of Atlas asked her how she was doing. She certainly looked way more composed than she'd been a while earlier, back when she'd just been summoned to that world. So, was he to take it that she'd accepted her role as the hero and all the responsibilities it held? Sua replied with an uncertain, kinda. She was still getting accustomed to the whole idea. The fact that she had been summoned to a strange world and tasked with fighting and killing a demon king to make it back home was way too surreal for her. The king consoled her, encouraging her to take it one step at a time. Eventually, she'd come to accept it. But until then, he had something to give her. Something that would probably make the journey more bearable. To Sua's bewilderment, he handed her his trident. He then explained that it was a divine artifact passed down through time and many generations. It was crafted specifically for the chosen hero who would appear should the world need them. As for its abilities, it had many, but one would definitely interest a flatboard maiden like herself. Rumor had it that the trident would contribute to the bounciness and fullness of her plots. But that's information divined by the thirsty narrator, so she should take it with a grain of salt. Either way, it wouldn't hurt to wield the trident. Sua said bet and grabbed it. She soon realized that the trident was way heavier than she'd expected. If the seemingly light thing could be this deceivingly heavy, then maybe, just maybe, the flatboard to busty rumors weren't all that ludicrous. Oblivious to the hero's, or rather the narrator's, pervy thoughts, the king continued with his explanations. He explained that the trident held great significance in the kingdom, as it signified the acceptance of a hero. It also meant they'd support her wholeheartedly and put their trust and lives in her hands. Without a doubt, if she were to accept the trident, and by extension her role as their hero, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say their life and death would be completely up to her. So, what did she think? Would she accept this noble role? Sua decisively nodded in agreement. She wasn't delusional enough to miss such an opportunity. In return, the king knelt before her, officially making his vows. He would be her humble servant, protector, and guardian. He would eliminate all those who stood in her way of destroying the Demon King. Then, as if it wasn't creepy at all that a grown dude was kissing a teenage girl, he grabbed her hand and gave it a smooch. Back to the fight with Jeongsu. Now that we understand the significance of the trident to the Sea Dragon hero, we can understand her ferocity at having it stolen from her. She barked at Jeongsu, demanding that he return the spear immediately. It wasn't something he could so casually taint with his unworthy hands. Saying so, she willed her sea dragon to attack, determined to reclaim the trident no matter what. Jung said, bet, that he'd return it right away. He'd throw it back to her, right through her skull, of course. Enraged, the sea dragon attacked immediately. It blasted a dragon's breath towards Jeongsu, evaporating the sea's surface with its might. Jeongsu didn't panic and faced it head-on. Instead of blocking with his shield, he decided to fight offense with offense. Deactivating his shield, he reared his hand back for a nasty throw. Then, without hesitation, he went on a short trot before yeeting the trident straight at the sea dragon hero. The trident shot off with a booming shockwave, freezing everything in its path. When it clashed with the dragon's breath, it only halted for a split second before freezing that as well and resuming its charge towards the hero. Panicked, Sua decided not to take any chances. She quickly called out to her dragon, asking it to give up on offense and focus everything on defense. The dragon glanced at her and promptly complied. It stopped using its dragon's breath and teamed up with Sua to fortify their defenses. Sua, in return, cast the strongest defensive spell in her arsenal, the Grand Shield of Atlas. It was a 5-layer shield, one so powerful not even the Demon Lord could breach it. Flashing a cocky grin, she told Jeongsu to go ahead and try it. She was certain he wouldn't be able to leave even a scratch on it. Before her words could settle, the trident froze the outer shield before obliterating it. It then moved on to the 4th shield and did the same. Then, as if replaying a scene from the hero's worst nightmare, the trident proceeded to freeze and obliterate the remaining shields, leaving Sua completely horrified. Finally, after exerting all her strength and even using the bounciness of her plot, she managed to stop the trident's charge on the last shield. Exhausted and sweating from the strain, Sua wiped her brow and prepared for a counterattack. But to her shock, Jeongsu, the target of her soon-to-be vengeful dragon's breath, was nowhere to be found. Before she could piece together what the hell was happening, a cold voice called out, announcing that he was below her. Sua quickly shoved her obstructing bust to the side and peered downwards, straight towards Jeongsu, who was standing on ice and wielding a cross spear. It was at that moment she finally realized the intent behind his actions. Jeongsu hadn't thrown the trident to wound her. He'd done so to freeze the ocean surface, to make a path for himself to close the distance, and she'd completely fallen for his trap. Before she could react, Jeongsu lunged forward and swung his spear, sending a demonic crimson wave at Sua and the dragon. The attack was beyond brutal, cleaving straight through the last defensive shield, Sua, and the dragon hidden behind it. It proceeded to cleave the sky, split the sea, and all that exaggerated cultivation bullshit. Finally, the fate of Sua was revealed. Having been split in twain by the slash, she felt life drain from her body. She turned her tear-ridden eyes towards the sea dragon, telling it that she loved it. She loved it very much. Then, as if the pause had been lifted, the duo split in two, their bodies drifting apart in a flood of blood and gore. Meanwhile, we are thrust into another flashback, specifically one explaining the weird relationship between the hero and her sea dragon. After defeating the Demon King in a grueling battle, the hero, Sua, let out a tired sigh. After so much suffering and carnage, they'd finally done it. They'd finally taken down this cursed giant bird. The sea dragon, revealed to be the transformed form of the king, chimed in, congratulating her on her hard work. He then swooped her up, nestling her in a princess carry, which honestly, I still don't know how to feel about. I mean, isn't she still underage? Fucking PDF file. Anyway, the horny king ignored all the red flags and planted a wet one on her lips. Sua, in return, leaned closer, returning the kiss. Then, as if remembering something, tears inescapably welled up in her eyes. Confused, the king asked what was wrong. Why was she crying on such a joyous day? Sua didn't hide anything and shared her worries. Now that the Demon King was defeated, her return was approaching, and so was their time to say farewell. Although she was happy to return to her family, the idea of separating from him, her groomer, was saddening. The king, clearly keen on not letting his investment go to waste, told her he'd join her. He'd follow her to her world. Since he'd already fulfilled his duty as the king of Atlas and the Demon King had been defeated, he didn't see anything wrong with accompanying her to Earth to fulfill his role as her man and she as his hus. The citizens, however, were less than pleased about his sudden declaration. When they returned to the palace, they vehemently disagreed with the king's decision. They argued that it could be dangerous, pointing out that the world might be fundamentally different from their own. What would he do if the world turned out to be uninhabitable for a creature such as him? The king countered, telling them not to worry. If the hero could adapt to their world, what was preventing him from doing the same in hers? Besides, things were peaceful now, and a new heir had been chosen. What other reason did he have to stay? He would rather accompany Sua and live the rest of his life fulfilling his role as a partner. Thus, things were settled, and the departure date quickly arrived. Kneeling before the teleportation gate, the couple officially confirmed their relationship. They got engaged, completely ignoring the wrongness of it all. Come on, man. She's underage, and he's an old geezer with a kid older than her. How does any of this make sense? Anyway, I'll ignore it for now and continue with the story. Contrary to the blissful life they'd expected to live back on Earth, things couldn't have gone more wrong. Shortly after arriving, the king realized his sea dragon physique wasn't suitable for surviving there. It quickly began breaking down, with chunks of his organs and teeth falling out. Gradually, it became incredibly difficult to maintain his human form. Of course, he kept all this a secret from Sua, leaving her in the dark about his struggles. Whenever she asked, he would flash a reassuring smile and tell her he was fine, that there was nothing to worry about. And Sua, being head over heels in love, was too blinded by her feelings to realize otherwise. Finally, when things crossed the tipping point, the truth could no longer be hidden. When Sua got home from work one day, she was horrified to see the king and the condition he was in. The dude was a mess, with half of his body involuntarily morphing into his sea dragon form. Afraid that he could lose control and harm her, the king warned Sua not to approach. But, as expected from a maiden in love, Sua ignored that shit and ran to him. She hugged him tightly and told him everything would be okay. They'd find a way out together. She'd already saved up some money, enough for them to go to an uninhabited island. With no people around, he could freely transform into his sea dragon form and finally put an end to his suffering. They could live how they'd always wanted, together, forever. Though reluctant to separate her from the conveniences of modern society, friends, and family, the king eventually agreed. Returning the hug, he agreed to follow Sua's plan. They would run away together. Thus, the couple hugged it out, confirming their love and their plans moving forward. A couple days later, they officially embarked on their voyage. On a cruiser ship ferrying people from the mainland, the couple were seen blending in with the masses. Clearly worried, Sua urged the king to hold on. They were almost at their destination. Unfortunately, the king's condition had finally reached its breaking point. Before either one of them could react, a massive blast of mana exploded out, leveling everything in a kilometer radius. When the carnage subsided, the only thing left was a transformed king and fragments of destroyed ships and sea vessels. Obviously, the destruction made the news and attracted the aggro of the government. They quickly deemed her a threat, an enemy in the same camp as the slayer Minsu. What followed was predictable. The navy attacked, and she attacked back, leveling everything they sent her way. Soon the seas burned, and her status as a villain was firmly solidified. However, Sua wasn't particularly worried about this. So long as she could protect him, just as he'd protected her when she was in his world, she didn't care what the people called her. She would fight to protect him no matter what. Ending the flashback, we are taken back to the bloody battlefield. Maybe due to his rich vitality, the king, the sea dragon, managed to survive long enough to express his feelings. He loved her too. He loved her very much. With that, the couple died, having suffered a truly tragic fate. It's true what they say. Villains aren't born, they're made. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, we are reintroduced to the cause of it all, Kim motherfucking Minsu. As usual, he's brooding, probably contemplating which city to destroy next, instead of just getting some huzz and blowing off that murderous steam. Soon he is joined by another member of the villain group, a fox-eyed bastard who looks treacherous no matter how I look at it. Unfazed, Minsu flicks him an unbothered look, seemingly asking, "What do you want?" The bastard replied with a nonchalant tone, informing Minsu of the recent news. Both the Golem hero and the Sea Dragon hero had been taken down by Jeongsu, the new hero that just returned. Fanning the flames, he urged Minsu to do something about it. If he left things as they were, then the people would have hope again, and the eternal sadness he'd painstakingly cultivated in the country would inevitably fade. Hearing the words, Minsu slowly got up. This reaction was predicted by the sly bastard, who flashed a cunning smile in triumph. Opening his treacherous eyes a little wider, an act that made him seem even more suspicious, the bastard encouraged Minsu to get going. It was time to bring about the end once again. We take a break from the present carnage and dive into a parallel world, specifically, the world Jeongsu was summoned to. In the Mausoleum of Heroes, home to the various spears once held by past champions, a vast display of intricate weapons was on show. Likewise, in the same room, the guardian of the spears, attendant to the hero, was inquiring about the state of affairs in the mausoleum. A knight, likely the one in charge of protecting the hall, reported that the first spear, Burbash, previously summoned, had returned to its keep. At the same time, the fifth spear, Ansil, the demon spear of defense, had vanished without a trace, likely summoned by the hero. The guardian, a maiden dressed in full mage attire complete with a witch's hat, listened silently, her thoughts clearly conflicted. Noticing this, the knight asked if it was the hero's doing, and if so, did it mean what he thought it did? The mage confirmed, explaining that it had indeed begun, the revenge the spear hero had so deeply desired. With a resolute gaze, she ordered the knight to summon all the kingdom's skilled blacksmiths. They would mend and forge as many spears as possible. This time, it was their turn to support the hero, just as he had once supported them by eliminating the Demon King and bringing peace to their world. The knight said bet and hit her with a military salute. Why he saluted instead of kneeling like knights usually do, who knows, but hey, do you, my G? Left alone in the room, the guardian, who's low-key a baddie if you're a flat-as-justice kind of person, donned a somber expression. She thought back to her first impression of Jeongsu, the hero. Unlike the previous summoned heroes, a bunch of horny bastards who hadn't known the touch of a maiden, he was surprisingly intense. It wasn't a secret that he didn't care about their world or saving it from the Demon King. The only thing he cared about was getting stronger and pushing himself as far as possible. During his training, neglect, abuse, and self-harm were all too common, making the mage wonder if he was a masochist or something. Still, he had killer abs and a demon back like Yujiro Hanma, so she usually ignored it. One day, when the abuse surpassed even what she could tolerate, she finally spoke up, confronting Jeongsu and advising him to take it easy. But as expected of a vengeful ghost who'd lost everything, Jeongsu simply bitch-slapped that hand away and told her not to meddle. Training would end when he said it was over. Until then, she should stay out of his business and let him get stronger. He then hinted at his reason: revenge against Minsu. According to him, he was still too weak to face that monster. Any negligence would only lead to death, just as he had died before, weak and pitiful. Following that declaration, Jeongsu pushed himself even harder. He abused his body, completed his training, and fulfilled his duties as a hero, all without a single complaint. During a raid on a demon general's lair, Jeongsu once again went too far. He charged in, spear-swinging, clapping goblin cheeks with insane intensity. Blood and gore littered the cave, but he didn't stop, continuing to bless the goblins with his stick. Finally, the party had enough and told him to retreat. He was going too deep. But Jeongsu didn't listen. He kept polishing goblin cheeks, charging into their encirclement, thrusting and swinging with ridiculous proficiency. Predictably, things turned dangerous when goblins sneaked up behind him. Two closed in for a sneak attack. But unlike what everyone expected, Jeongsu reacted in time and cut them down, splattering the ground with their putrid blood and entrails. Consumed by the thrill of smashing goblin cheeks, he laid waste to the horde until his spear broke. Seizing the chance, the goblin lord, tired of watching his kin slaughtered, bashed the shit out of Jeongsu's head. He collapsed like a bitch. The goblins celebrated, thinking the tide had turned. But all Jeongsu saw was red. Instead of goblins, he saw Minsu's silhouette mocking him. Enraged, his fury exploded. He massacred the horde, chopping them like vegetables, painting the walls with gore. When done, he set his sights on the goblin lord. Like a psycho, he lunged, stabbing over and over, even after the lord's last breath. His party watched in horror as he continued. Obsessed, Jeongsu scoured the cave, killing every last goblin, even the little ones. When the carnage ended, only his ragged breathing remained. His body was drenched in blood and gore. Sitting to rest, trauma came creeping in. He hallucinated. His sister, bloody, begging him to save her. His mother's mangled corpse, asking him to protect his sister. His grandmother impaled on a beam, begging to be spared. Overwhelmed, Jeongsu roared, a deep guttural cry showing the depth of his pain. It was moments like this the mage realized. He wasn't a true hero, but a sinner, a vengeful ghost scraping by on revenge. Fast forward months into their campaign. Camping outdoors, the mage woke to find Jeongsu daydreaming. Concerned about the battered state of his body, she grabbed healing ointment and approached. With a tense voice, she asked if she could use it. Neglecting wounds would lead to complications. Jeongsu didn't reply, but his silence was compliance. She undid his bandages, revealing his Yujiro tier demon back, now covered in wounds. Gulping down her horny thoughts, she asked why he was doing this to himself. Why fight so relentlessly? Why abuse his body? His family wouldn't be happy seeing him like this. Jeongsu replied he had no one to return to. His family, his loved ones, all killed because he was weak. Confused, the mage asked why he was rushing to kill the Demon King then. If not to return home, then why? Jeongsu answered, revenge. There was someone else he had to kill. When she asked who and why his already terrifying strength wasn't enough, he admitted it. His enemy was absurdly strong. He needed overwhelming power. And when he got it, he'd torture his enemy for days, tear him apart, heal him, and repeat. He'd carve pieces of flesh, feed them to him, keep him alive, and when he begged for death, he'd deny it. Laughing maniacally, Jeongsu laid out his revenge plan. The more the mage listened, the more terrified she became. This bastard was truly insane. Jeongsu didn't notice her fear, rambling on about tormenting Minsu. Fast forward to the battle with the Demon King. It didn't go as expected. Instead of a desperate fight, Jeongsu blitzed the bastard. Defeated, the Demon King delivered the cliché last speech. You may have killed me, but I'll return in 100 years. Blah blah blah, the normal bullshit. Jeongsu didn't care. He pulled out a magical elixir and, to the party's shock, fed it to him. Fully healed, the Demon King laughed, thinking Jeongsu had betrayed humanity. He prepared to welcome him to the dark side, only for Jeongsu to tell him to shut up and fight again. What he wanted was strength, and the best way was to farm the Demon King. Crazy bastard. What followed was tragic, yet hilarious. The Demon King got clapped into oblivion, healed, and clapped again, over and over, until finally he broke, begging to die. The party recoiled in horror. At this point, they couldn't tell who the real villain was, the Demon King or Jeongsu. The mage clung to him, begging him to stop. He was strong enough. He didn't need to become the very monster he hated. Back in the present, the mage stayed true to her promise. Blacksmiths hammered away, forging spears for Jeongsu. Watching from the sidelines, she sighed, praying he'd stay human, even after revenge. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jeongsu, the vengeful ghost, hallucinated Minsu laughing. Minsu mocked. What did he hope to achieve? Did he think people would praise him, cheer for him? He wasn't a savior, he was a nobody, destined to die by Minsu's hands. Unfazed, Jeongsu stabbed the hallucination and replied that he didn't care. Savior? Hero? He didn't care about titles. He'd be satisfied with just one: Minsu's murderer. Ignoring the ghostly apparition and the ache in his chest, Jeongsu made it back to the ship. Treading over the ice, he tossed his 2 spears onto the deck before jumping up and scaling the rail. Waiting there was Vixen, which was wild if you thought about it, since her real name still hadn't been mentioned. Isn't she a major character by now? Anyway, the maiden, dazed as ever, ogled Jeongsu, amazed he'd actually killed another hero. 2 for 2. Maybe with his help, Earth would finally know peace and the murderous heroes would be slain. She entertained that thought as she watched Jeongsu, full of MC aura, casually shake the ice from his body. Oblivious to Vixen's drifting thoughts, Jeongsu asked about the crew. Were there any survivors? Vixen shook her head. No one had made it through. She explained she'd checked every room and found only corpses, mangled, some with missing body parts. As of now, the only living beings on the ship were him and her. Saddened, Jeongsu sighed before brushing the topic aside. Unfortunate, but there was nothing he could do about it. Vixen then asked about their plans. Without the crew piloting the ship, how would they move it? Return to the coast? Or did he perhaps have some supernatural ability that could help? Conjure monodolphins or some shit? Jeongsu looked at her like she was crazy. What did she think heroes were? Magicians or something? Besides, as the guide, shouldn't she be the one offering solutions, e.g., a way to pilot the ship? Vixen, though aggrieved, swallowed her annoyance and replied that wasn't what she meant when she offered to be his guide. Besides, what did he take her for? Houdini? Did he expect her to pull sailing skills out of her ass? Disappointed, Jeongsu clicked in annoyance. He couldn't believe this. He'd thought she'd be competent from the way she'd insisted to tag along, but it turned out she was nothing but a waste of time. He walked past her, not hiding his disappointment in the least. Enraged, Vixen clapped back, shouting that she had her limits too. But that aside, shouldn't he at least give instructions before he left? What else did he need done? She'd definitely handle it. With a dark face, Jeongsu told her to take a break. She might not know this because she was useless and hadn't helped at all, but fighting used up a lot of energy. He was going to rest to recover. As for her, she should stay out of his hair and try to be as useful as possible, though he doubted it would be possible for someone so useless. Complete trash. Fuming, Vixen flicked him off and called him a bastard. Why did heroes have to be such assholes? But after thinking about it, her face softened. She too wanted to be helpful, but there was nothing she could do. She was only mortal after all. Fast forward to nighttime. Loud creaking sounds echoed through the ship. And before you ask, no. It wasn't the desired sound of cheek clapping, but Vixen rummaging through the ship for supplies. After being dissed by Jeongsu earlier, she took it upon herself to prove her usefulness. Hence the late-night search that sounded like she was getting her cakes baked. Rummaging through drawers, she had her sights set on locating the ship manual. She figured she could use it to solo sail the ship, which is absolutely crazy. But hey, do you boo-boo? While searching, she heard a sound that caught her attention. Confused, she checked it out because as far as she knew, only 2 people were alive on the ship, and Jeongsu had specifically said he would be turning in to rest. She carefully exited the office and peered toward the commotion. What she saw surprised her. Jeongsu, The same arrogant, insufferable bastard was carrying corpses, ferrying them to the deck for a proper burial. He even covered them with their Navy flag, giving them an honorable military send-off. Amid the quiet and solemnity of the moment, Jeongsu offered his last wishes. He prayed that the sailors would find peace in the next life. He apologized for being unable to protect them or reunite them with their families, but he believed they'd be proud to hear of their courage and valor. For now, they should rest, knowing he'd do everything to avenge them and keep the people they fought to protect safe. Having said so, Jeongsu shed tears and wished the sailors better luck in their next life. Hopefully then, they'd know peace and happiness, unlike this one, fraught with sadness and sacrifice. Spying from the side, Vixen joined the prayer. She wished the sailors a happy life full of maidens and cheeks. And so, in a world where the line between life and death blurred, a young man and a hopeful maiden prayed, paying their respects to heroes who'd passed before them, heroes from whom they'd inherited a mantle. And as if destiny itself was smiling on them, an unexpected guest arrived, bringing the one thing they needed most, away off that ghost ship. Loud whooshing announced the arrival of a helicopter. Inside was a team of trained soldiers, geared for extraction. Choi Jung-wook, in charge of the operation, radioed base to report he'd found their target, the hero of revolt and a woman. From then on, he would commence top-secret operations, secure the hero of revolt. Calls of acknowledgement arrived from base, instructing him to proceed but to exercise caution. Don't let down his guard around the unfamiliar hero. Choi said bet and set to action, promising he'd be careful and handle the situation perfectly. Meanwhile, both Jeongsu and Vixen wondered what the hell was going on. Who were these people, and where had they come from? Had Vixen radioed for support? Vixen said she hadn't. The helicopter's arrival was as shocking to her as it was to him. However, she did worry they might be minions of the heroes. Predictably, when things went to shit and heroes had the advantage, some civilians sided with the heroes and became treacherous minions. Maybe this was them, rearing their ugly heads. Hearing this, Jeongsu immediately entered a fighting stance, wielding his spear and telling the minion bastards to come at him. Choi, watching from the helicopter, lifted his megaphone and shouted for Jeongsu to cool his titties. He wasn't there for war. On the contrary, he'd come on behalf of the reconstruction government to bring Jeongsu in. Saying so, he dropped a rope ladder and instructed Jeongsu to climb up for a chat. Jeongsu said cap and questioned Vixen about the group. Had she heard of them before? Vixen replied she hadn't run into them personally, but that rumors circulated. Apparently, they were an organization formed by the government and surviving soldiers, aimed at reclaiming their nation and, if possible, killing the murderous heroes. Since they were weak, their strategy often involved guerrilla warfare against the heroes, coupled with tremendous losses, basically sacrificing lives to buy time for future hope. Jeongsu listened and sighed in understanding. If that was true, it made sense they'd seek him out, a hero who could go toe-to-toe with the others. He quickly decided to board the chopper for a chat. After a cut, the duo were already aboard the helicopter, their gazes flicking around for traps. Sensing their unease, Choi calmly told them to take a seat. They'd head for their destination immediately. He turned to the pilot and instructed him to fly toward the base. The pilot gave a thumbs up and complied, turning the chopper east. For some reason during that time, Jeongsu decided to fire stray threats. He warned Choi not to try anything foolish. It would take him a couple of seconds to behead the gunman and take the chopper. Besides, their guns wouldn't work on him anyway, so he better not try anything funny. Simply put, he wasn't afraid of smoke. He didn't mind if Choi gave it to him right now. Pause. Shocked, Vixen gave him the "what are you doing" look. Did he want to kill her or something? Sure, guns wouldn't work on him, but they would definitely work on her, so he better stop with that bullshit. Choi said bet, and ripped off his bulletproof vest, revealing a bomb beneath. He asked Jeongsu if he could handle that as well. Was his skin really that thick? Even if he survived the blast, they were currently 600 meters above ground. Could he survive the fall? And say he was blessed by Lady Luck herself with the Maiden of Providence personally giving him the cheeks. Below them was a vast sea. Was he confident he could survive all that and still swim to safety? If so, he wouldn't mind saluting him right now and calling him Oni-chan. Jeongsu heard the teasing remarks, mostly from the narrator, and immediately fumed. His aura darkened, pressing down on the space. Realizing this, Vixen coaxed him to calm down. These soldier bastards had clearly come prepared, so fighting wasn't wise. She advised he cool off and comply for now. Clearly feeling himself, Choi told them to shut up. He was in charge now, so the duo better stay quiet and do as he said. Thus, the journey continued, the atmosphere in the chopper growing more tense. After an hour, Vixen couldn't help but let her mind wander. Were these cocky bastards really from the government? Sure, they had the gear and professional dress, but were such people really this foolish? Who would willingly antagonize a hero, especially when heroes wielded bizarre abilities? What a bunch of reckless fools. Seemingly fed up, Jeongsu asked where they were going. Choi, still deluding himself with his false sense of control, told him to pipe down. He would be the one asking questions. But first, there was one thing to do. He signaled his men to tie the duo up. Alarmed, Vixen shouted for them to hold up. Why were they being treated like this? Didn't they know Jeongsu had already killed 2 heroes? Surely that proved he was on their side, worthy of better treatment. The soldiers ignored that nonsense and pointed guns at her, telling her to shut up and sit down lest they paint the walls with her brain matter. As for the "he's with us" bullshit, they didn't want to hear it. They knew nothing about him, his goals, reasons, nothing. There was no us in this scenario, only heroes and the rest of them. As for destination, he didn't need to concern himself. He was being transported, and they would arrive when they arrived. Fuming, Jeongsu barely held back from punching Choi. If the situation allowed it, he would have definitely tenderized those cheeks. Ignoring Jeongsu's death glare, Choi instructed his men to bind and blindfold him. Their destination had to be kept secret at all costs. And so the journey continued, the helicopter flying above a ruined city. After several minutes of maneuvering, they finally landed on a helipad, the destination. Alighting, Choi instructed the soldiers to escort the duo inside. The soldiers complied and carried out the task swiftly. Hanging back, Choi ignored the other soldiers' congratulatory remarks and locked in. He told them the game was just beginning, so any praise was unnecessary. For now, they should head to the interrogation room. He would join them after smoking a bit of that green. Distancing himself, he lit a cigarette and contemplated his next move. Would this be clever, or would they fall for the sword hero's ploy? Only time would tell. He hoped it was the former. They desperately needed a win. Unaware, he was being watched by a surveillance drone. The drone was linked to a secret base with the entire city under full surveillance. Responsible for this massive breach of privacy and downright peeping Tom behavior was a mechanical construct of human nature. In simpler terms, a freaking cyborg. Shifting scenes, we switch back to Jeongsu and the soldiers. After being led into the building, the group descended a flight of stairs, making their way to an interrogation room. The paths they took were eerily silent, purposefully deserted, as if the other occupants didn't want to run into the menacing hero. After walking for a while and feeling his patience run thin, Jeongsu began contemplating his escape. For a hero like him, the handcuffs and ropes weren't a big deal. He'd only need a second to free himself. Moreover, judging by the echo in the area, the path they were taking was narrow, so at most, he'd have to face 4 or 5 soldiers once he broke free. Such feeble mortals wouldn't take him 3 seconds to annihilate. Growing increasingly frustrated, and realizing there was truly nothing capable of stopping him, Jeongsu seriously considered escaping. He stopped, making the soldiers flinch with anxiety. They aimed their rifles, nerves taut as they asked Jeongsu what he was doing. Why wasn't he moving? Jeongsu, as menacing as ever, answered briskly. Why should he? He'd only accommodated their foolish demands because falling out with them while still in the air was reckless, fraught with unpredictable consequences. But now that he was already on the ground, why should he continue accommodating them? Did they think he was a fool? Or worse, a bitch? The soldiers' scalps tingled at the threat, heightening their fear even more. They aimed their rifles tighter at Jeongsu, warning him not to move. If he had something to say, he could say it in the interrogation room. Meanwhile, they were already scared shitless, their fingers involuntarily pressing harder on the triggers. Any sudden moves by Jeongsu, and they'd light his shit up. Realizing they were at an impasse and neither party would back down, Jeongsu prepared to take action. He flexed his arms, making the handcuffs creak with strain. A little push was all he'd need to drop all pretenses, free himself, and possibly go on a cheek-clapping campaign. However, before he could, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder, urging him to calm down. The intervening vixen begged him not to be hasty. He shouldn't take any drastic measures and should instead think about it from the soldiers' perspective. They were just scared. As normal, maidenless mortals whose world had collapsed, who hadn't enjoyed the touch of a maiden in a long time, and were now forced to escort a dangerous superhuman, how could they not be scared? Regardless, she doubted they harbored any ill intentions, so Jeongsu should be more understanding. Besides, they were with the Reconstruction government, which meant their goals should align. They both hated and wanted to annihilate the heroes, so they were technically on the same side. Jeongsu listened silently, refraining from commenting for now. But the fact that cheeks weren't already getting baked meant he was taking the vixen's words to heart. Realizing this, the vixen spoke with even more confidence. She told Jeongsu this was the perfect opportunity. They could utilize the government and its resources to support their campaign, not only making things easier for them, but also significantly reducing the danger. But before doing so, they had to make the government trust them, hence, no fighting. Jeongsu thought about it, then lowered his arm. He confidently walked ahead of the group, resuming his trek to the interrogation room. Since he could escape whenever he wanted, and the soldiers were too weak to stop him, why wouldn't he indulge them? He could simply flee if things didn't go his way. The soldiers, puzzled by his sudden change in attitude, nevertheless were just glad a fight hadn't broken out. They collectively heaved a sigh of relief, continuing their advance toward the interrogation room. After some time, and after separating the pair, the soldiers ushered the vixen into a private interrogation room. The room was eerily dark, with a foreboding pressure lingering in the air. Ignoring this, they sat her down and calmly exited. Left alone in the gloom, the vixen didn't have to wait long before Choi joined her. He didn't mince words and directly got down to business, asking what kind of person Jeongsu was. They already knew she wasn't a hero, so why did she, a mortal, choose to ally with one, let alone the hero of revolt? Taken aback, the vixen marveled at the absurd nickname. Hero of revolt? Wasn't that a bit too flashy? What was next? Cheek synthesizer Jeongsu, with all the cheeks he'd been clapping lately? Anyway, they didn't have to ask. She was sticking with Jeongsu because he was different. Noticing Choi's confusion, the vixen explained further. She shared that Jeongsu harbored a deep hatred for Minsu, the sword hero. His only goal, as far as she could tell, was to kill Minsu and any other hero who chose to stand with him. He had no other motives, as if he would simply disappear once the task was done. If that wasn't different, she didn't know what was. Listening, Choi admitted that it made sense. Jeongsu was indeed different. As for why he harbored such deep hatred for Minsu and only started fighting back just now, the answer was simple. He'd most likely died by Minsu's hand, fallen into the other world, and only now returned. That would explain his hero status and zero tolerance for anything involving Minsu. However, despite their seemingly aligned goals, it still wasn't enough to trust him fully. Pressing further, Choi pushed the vixen for more information. Sure, Jeongsu was different, but what did that have to do with her? Why was she accompanying him? Not to mention, why did he allow it? Suppressing a cough from Choi's chain smoking, the vixen replied that she'd volunteered. He'd needed a guide, so things just kinda worked out. Besides, as someone who'd lost her family to heroes, and learning Jeongsu was out to kill them, she asked to tag along to be part of his revenge. In a way, it was like she was avenging them herself. However, things hadn't gone as smoothly as she expected. Instead of tagging along and helping him, she'd become more and more of a burden, a useless Sakura of late. Ignoring her pity party, Choi told her that her words made sense and aligned with the Reconstruction government's goals. This delighted the vixen, who shot up in joy, already imagining a bright future. With the government's help, manpower, and resources, it would be significantly easier to eliminate the heroes and bring the world back to normal. She could already picture it, and the thought brought a smile to her face. However, her naive optimism was bound to be shattered. Choi informed her they would not be releasing Jeongsu, nor did they have any plans to ally with him against Minsu. They would not take any action unless Jeongsu, the hero of revolt, proved to them that he could be trusted and was firmly within their control. Puzzled, the vixen looked at him like he was crazy. What type of bullshit was this cocky bastard spouting? Control Jeongsu? What gave him the idea he could even attempt something like that? And why would Jeongsu allow it in the first place? Seemingly sensing her doubts, Choi flipped the question back to her. Why shouldn't he? Did she truly trust Jeongsu? Did she know what he was thinking right now? How he was feeling? Say they helped him fight against Minsu. Could she guarantee Jeongsu would win? That he was stronger? And even if he was, and he ended up killing Minsu, what guarantee did they have that he wouldn't become the next tyrant? That he'd calmly disappear into the shadows after his task was done? The truth was, she didn't know, and neither did they. That's why the government wouldn't gamble on such an unpredictable variable. They didn't have the luxury of mistakes and starting all over again. It was better to either control him, imprison him, or use the chance, while he was still in their custody, to kill him and avoid future trouble. The vixen paled at his words. These bastards, had they gone crazy? What kind of twisted logic was that? But if they did decide to go through with it, didn't that mean by stopping Jeongsu back then, she'd unknowingly damned him? Fuck. Truly a Sakura. Useless trash. Fast forward to 3 days later. In the interrogation room holding Jeongsu, the hero was still bound, looking haggard and visibly dehydrated. Though annoyed, he barely kept his calm by recalling his conversation with the vixen. The soldiers were just scared, so he should make them trust him. However, wasn't this taking things too far? For 3 days they hadn't fed him or given him water. Wasn't this basically trying to kill him? Luckily he was awakened, so this much couldn't kill him, but it was still annoying. As he debated his next move, whether to just crash out and leave, the entire building suddenly shook. The rumbles grew more frequent and louder, finally drawing his attention. Following the rumbling came gunshots, hinting at a serious battle outside. Jeongsu perked up his ears to glean more, but the odd events in his interrogation room forced him to lock in. To his surprise, his hands were uncuffed and his blindfold removed. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, he saw an unexpected sight before him. The vixen, accompanied by an unidentified man. The man, clearly a hero, sized up Jeongsu and greeted him casually. So, he's the so-called hero of revolt? It was nice to meet him. Jeongsu stared back but didn't answer. Who was this bastard? And did he really have to clap hero cheeks the moment he got released? What irony. The hero seemed to guess his thoughts and introduced himself. He clarified that he wasn't there for smoke, but had come to rescue him. He was the hero of Iron Arm, and if Jeongsu wished, they could be allies from then on. Confused, Jeongsu flicked his gaze toward the vixen. What the hell was this shit? If he remembered correctly, wasn't the Iron Arm hero part of Minsu's team? Why would the vixen bring him here? The vixen guiltily turned her head away and explained that she had no choice. This was the only way she could think of to get them out safely. The Reconstruction government had betrayed them, and never had any plans of working with them. In fact, they'd always intended to kill them. So when the Iron Arm hero appeared, she figured it was better to ally with him than suffer the government's betrayal. The Iron Arm hero chimed in, explaining that he wasn't all that bad. Actually, most of the heroes weren't bad. They just got caught up in some bullshit. As for the government, those bastards had never been reliable to begin with, let alone now. It wasn't a surprise that they wanted to get rid of him, a variable they couldn't contain or control. Still feeling Jeongsu's burning gaze, the vixen apologized. She admitted she'd miscalculated this time. Convincing him to trust the government had been the wrong move, but at least they now had a way out. If they allied with the Iron Arm hero, they could safely leave this place and continue their campaign. Wouldn't that be great? Jeongsu didn't answer. Instead, he silently flexed his muscles. With overwhelming superhuman strength, he easily broke free from his restraints. Without missing a beat, he stretched out his hand and summoned his trusty companion, his spear. The weapon tore through the building, arriving in Jeongsu's hand in an instant. Without hesitation, he aimed the tip at the Iron Arm hero and warned him to shut his mouth. What ally? What work together? He'd better shut his mouth hole before Jeongsu killed him for his bullshit. He had no intention of allying with him. The vixen intervened, pleading with him to hold on. There was no need to fight. The hero was just there to help them. Jeongsu, already tired of this useless Sakura bitch, yeeted her by the mouth, lifting her into the air. With a tone that didn't bother concealing his disappointment, he asked if that was how deep her vengeance went. The second her life was in danger, she'd abandon her goals and ally with her enemies? He'd always thought she had the same drive, the same objective as him, but he guessed he was wrong. He couldn't trust her ass at all. The Iron Arm hero, sensing the rising tension, stepped in to mediate. He told Jeongsu he was wrong about them. Not all heroes were bad. Like he'd said, some were just unlucky and got caught in the bullshit. He wasn't like Minsu at all, even if he worked with him. Jeongsu, however, didn't want to hear that shit. He told the Iron Arm hero to shut up. He didn't want excuses from a beast who gave up on being human. Heroes, especially those who joined Minsu, had crossed the line, and he had no intention of letting them live, let alone joining them. The Iron Arm hero should prepare himself, because shit was about to get active. Saying so, he dropped the vixen, entered a fighting stance, and prepared for battle. Maybe because he was still fond of her, he advised the vixen to leave before she got caught up in the fight and died tragically. However, contrary to his expectations, instead of leaving, the vixen turned to the door and shouted loudly. Wasn't that enough already? Did they really want to see a fight break out before stepping in? They'd better stop fucking around. Confused, Jeongsu turned to the door. What the hell was she rambling about? Had she finally gone senile? To his shock, Choi swaggered into the room and addressed him directly. He'd passed. To understand what was going on, we flash back to 3 days earlier. After revealing to the vixen what the government intended to do to Jeongsu, Choi ignored her pale face and mocked her slightly. Did she really think it was that easy to get the government's support? Just have a common enemy and they'd suddenly drop everything and trust them? Nah, it didn't work like that. The government only took gambles they could control or, at the very least, contain. They wouldn't risk it with an uncontrollable variable like Jeongsu. Well, at least that's what the geezers at the top thought. Those old fogies clinging to power wouldn't make such a risky move. He, on the other hand, was inclined to give it a shot, to test just how feasible a cooperation with a hero could be. Since Jeongsu had already proved himself by killing not one but 2 heroes, Choi believed it was a worthwhile gamble to see just how far they could go. Who knew? Maybe this would be the fire to light the asses of the top brass, to remind them that a comfortable life inside a cage couldn't compare to fighting and dying for freedom. He said this while staring at a wall, which just so happened to be a one-way mirror concealing the top brass behind it. Hearing Choi's words, the leaders mulled it over. After much consideration, they decided to give it a shot. Though eccentric, they knew Choi had always acted with humanity's best interests at heart. Why not trust him again this time? Receiving the green light, Choi turned to the vixen. He'd just thought of a brilliant idea, one capable of revealing Jeongsu's true objective and nature. So, would the vixen be up for a play? One guaranteed to expose her so-called hero? Ending the flashback, we return to Jeongsu's interrogation room. Noticing his confusion, the vixen explained that it had all been an act, a test to confirm whether he was truly what he claimed. A hero killer. A way to prove whether they could trust him. Choi chimed in, explaining that the man before him wasn't even the real Iron Arm hero, just a lookalike they'd hired to play the part. As for everything else, it was, as the vixen had said, an act. Incredulous, Jeongsu looked at him like he was crazy. What type of bullshit test was this? What would have happened if he'd failed and agreed to join the Iron Arm hero instead? Choi answered directly. He would have died. Below his seat was enough explosives to level a whole building, let alone light his pale ass up. And even if he'd somehow survived that, a team of death soldiers was waiting outside to launch a suicide mission. They were tasked with firing everything they had until either he died or the whole squad was wiped out. If even that failed, they'd resort to the final contingency. Detonate the several tons of bombs hidden below him to buy time for mass evacuation. Sure, maybe that much firepower wouldn't kill him, but trading a building and a few loyal soldiers' lives for the future of the Reconstruction government and its citizens was more than worth it. Jeongsu listened to the meticulous plans and nodded in approval. Though ruthless, even to the point of using their own men as cannon fodder, he couldn't deny their resolve was commendable. Only such lunatics could help him in his vengeance, and possibly earn a fraction of his trust. He turned to Choi, informing him that he was in. Although he didn't appreciate being toyed with, he had at least confirmed their goals aligned, and that alone was enough for him to ally with them. Choi said bet. They felt the same. In exchange for the trust he'd shown, the Reconstruction government would do everything in its power to support and aid him in his grand campaign. Thus, a formal cooperation was established, one destined to reshape the fate of the world. Fast forward to some time later, and the trio were in a secret elevator, heading for the lowest level of the base. After descending for a while, the elevator finally crossed the 12th basement floor, and unlike the duo's expectations, the scenery wasn't the same bland elevator walls, but a huge mega-sized cityscape instead. These bastards had actually built a whole underground city. How truly audacious. Taken aback, the Vixen stared at the cityscape in wonder. How had they managed this? Choi explained that they'd remodeled a supersized underground air raid bunker from the Cold War into the current super shelter. No news of it was ever released because the heroes' information system was too advanced. However, now that they were already there, it wouldn't hurt to know the shelter housed approximately 50,000 people and formed the foundation of the Reconstruction government. As for Jeongsu, it was best he knew that rumors about him had been circulating. Everyone was eager to meet the hero killer. This was quickly confirmed by the gathering crowd and thousands chanting his name. Choi turned to him and advised sincerely. He might have his reasons, his own vendetta against the heroes. But the citizens had put their trust in him, and he hoped Jeongsu wouldn't betray that trust. If he had even a shred of humanity left, he hoped he'd use it to protect the people. Arriving on the ground floor, the trio calmly made their way through the crowd. They hadn't gone far when Jeongsu noticed a peculiar sight. A kid, innocent as ever, nervously walking up to him with a bouquet of flowers in her arms. Under the crowd's cheerful applause, she handed the flowers to Jeongsu and shyly ran back to her parents. Still taken aback, Jeongsu couldn't help but see a shadow of his sister in her. Protect? Did he even have anything left to protect anymore? The thought crossed his mind, and his heart sank. Suppressing the ache in his heart, he followed Choi out of the jubilant crowd. Navigating through the bustling city, they finally made it to an apartment building. Choi threw them a key card and informed them that this would be their residence while they stayed in the city. It wasn't much, but it should more than cater to all the needs they might have. Plus, it was super private, so they should feel free to clap cheeks if they so wished. Jeongsu caught the key card and said, bet. He didn't particularly care about the other features, but the cheek smashing was indeed crucial. He'd make sure to properly marinate that meat before they left. Speaking of leaving, they wouldn't be staying for long. All they needed was some rest, supplies, transportation, and they'd be out of there. They still had a hero to hunt down after all. Vixen, however, disagreed with Jeongsu's decision. Since the government had offered to support them fully, it would be a waste to leave after securing just the bare minimum of support. Shouldn't they at least ask for troops, soldiers who could help them battle the heroes? She understood he didn't like involving civilians in the fight against heroes, but they truly needed help. At the very least, scouts familiar with the heroes' movements. Choi chimed in, stating that Vixen was right. Since they were already there, they might as well use everything at their disposal. If Jeongsu wasn't completely convinced, he might as well take the night to think it over. Post-nut clarity did wonders for the mind after all. Jeongsu thought about it and nodded in agreement. He'd rest, eat, clap, relax, then clap again. Hopefully, by the end of that divine ritual, he'd have changed his mind. Switching scenes, we're shifted to the apartment the duo was inhabiting. After a round of cat cleansing, the rejuvenated Vixen calmly exited the bathroom. She noticed Jeongsu by the balcony and walked up to him. Realizing the emo dude was drinking a can of peach juice, she asked if he liked that stuff. She hadn't tagged him as a fruit lover. Jeongsu replied that he didn't love it. It was just practical. The sugar in the juice helped the brain circulate faster, so he was using it to plot his next moves, specifically how he was going to kill that bastard Minsu. However, he did hear juice had miraculous effects on kitty taste, so she might want to get in on that. Vixen said bet she'd definitely give that a try. But before that, could he possibly tell her a bit more about himself? Surprised, Jeongsu asked why she needed that information. Did she still doubt him? Or was this to trap him with child support or some shit? Because if so, they were out of milk, and he had to run to the store real quick. Vixen replied that it wasn't anything like that. She wasn't trying to trap him, so he shouldn't worry. She was just asking because they truly knew nothing about each other, not even their names. It was cool for the narrator to call her Vixen, but shouldn't he at least know her real name? Besides, he'd given her the Wayne Brady treatment. Choke a bitch. Didn't he owe her a proper introduction after that? Jeongsu agreed, and finally introduced himself. He was Park Jeongsu, son to a murdered father, brother to a murdered sister, and he would have his vengeance, in this life or the next. Vixen looked at him and smiled contentedly. Aside from the gladiator plagiary, this Jeongsu dude wasn't all that bad. She introduced herself, saying that her given name was Jeongsu Min. However, out here in the streets, she went by the nickname Vixen. Extending her delicate jade-like hands, she hinted at a formal greeting. Jeongsu didn't leave her hanging and returned the gesture. Thus, the duo formally met, looking forward to their continued collaboration. What they didn't know, however, was that a storm was brewing, and that night they would share their feelings for the first and last time. Shifting scenes were taken to the control room of the entire underground city. Several screens were shown on the wall, each reflecting a section of the city in real time. Unfortunately, one of them reflected the scenes at Jeongsu's location. In other words, they were spying and eavesdropping on Jeongsu and Vixen. What a bunch of creeps. Ignoring the Diddy allegations, Choi asked his assistant how the spying was going. Had Jeongsu completely allied with them, or was he still harboring doubts? The assistant replied that things were going great for now. After spying on them for hours, Jeongsu hadn't revealed any signs of betrayal or doubt, not even in his private conversations with Vixen. It was safe to say he had ruled out any suspicions about them. Choi heaved a sigh of relief at that reply. It seemed like things were finally going their way. With the addition of Jeongsu, they finally had 3 heroes on their team. If he ruled out the 2 slain heroes, that left 7 yet to be killed, including Minsu. Although 3 versus 7 was still a daunting task, it was way better than the 2 versus 9 odds they'd had before. If things went their way, maybe they'd finally be done with that hero nonsense and return to their lives. Lives of order, safety, and most importantly, family. The employees cried tears of joy, overwhelmed by the hopeful prospects. They couldn't wait to get their old lives back, and deep down, were glad they hadn't given up. Choi encouraged them, but warned them not to lower their guards just yet. It was still too early to celebrate, but for what it was worth, he was proud of them for enduring this long. The desired future was almost at hand. They just had to endure a little bit longer. Unfortunately, just like the case with Jeongsu and So Min, this would be the first and last time the employees praised and encouraged each other. Thunderous explosions echoed across the city, catching everyone off guard. Sensing an overwhelming, ominous premonition, Choi burst out of the room and headed for the nearest window. What he saw made his face turn pale. A giant hole had been blown in the dome surrounding the city. Large debris crashed to the ground, obliterating anyone they landed upon. Their location had been compromised. They were under attack. By the heroes, no less. Realizing this, Choi cursed. What sort of dogshit timing was this? Just as things were getting better for them. Fuck. Equally caught off guard, Jeongsu's attention was immediately locked on one person. Minsu, the hero bastard who'd taken everything from him. Accompanying Minsu were several members of his party. A sussy-looking dude rocking a crop top, the hero of vampires, Hong Hua Rang. A divine and holy yet kinky-looking vixen, Baek Hana, the hero of faith. A pink loli who seemed to hate Baek Hana for some reason, the hero of magic, Ma Ye Rin. A muscle-brained brute who'd been hinted at before, the hero of Iron Arm, Jung Yui Ho. A sketchy, cunning, and treacherous-looking bastard, the hero of Return, Lee Sung-jun. I'm calling it right now. This dude is suspicious as fuck. The hero of martial arts, Cheon Ji-sung. And finally, a Decepticon-looking bastard, Lee Ga-ram, the hero of Reformation. After fully assembling, the Reformation hero asked Minsu what he planned to do. What would be the fate of this pitiful city? The Return hero answered for Minsu. Was that even a question? The answer was obvious. Minsu needed everyone there to suffer. Reformation said bet and got to work. It pulled out a shit ton of missiles, launching them all into the city. The whole city descended into chaos, with explosions and flames everywhere. It soon became a true purgatory, desperate screams echoing all around. Seeing this, Choi almost shit his pants in fright. He quickly ran back to the control room, instructing the operators to activate the defense systems. Turrets, missiles, troops. He wanted them all activated, and he wanted it done now. Strangely, the operators didn't reply and eerily stayed rooted in place. The bizarre scene sent shivers down Choi's spine, and he immediately knew something was wrong. As if to prove him right, the operators collectively turned to face him, all speaking simultaneously. "Wouldn't you join us?" Goosebumps rose on Choi's skin as he pieced together who was responsible. The hero of faith, Bayek Hana, that bitch. He immediately made a run for it, escaping Hana's minions with his top speed. Locking the door behind him, Choi radioed the remaining units. Their mission was to block the heroes at all costs and ensure Jeongsu made it out alive. No matter the sacrifice, they had to protect humanity's last hope. Unfortunately, his commands were destined to fall on deaf ears. The units he was radioing had already been wiped out, starting from the artillery unit, Cheon Mountainside, which had been massacred by the hero of Iron Arm, the Special Agents Unit, Quan Bat, which had fallen to the hero of Return, and finally, the Tactical Helicopter Unit, Brown Crow, which had been obliterated by the vampire hero. All the available units had fallen alongside numerous civilians, amounting to a devastating 13,700 casualties, and all of this was just within the first 3 minutes and 17 seconds of the hero's appearance. As the chaos reached new heights, a spear suddenly streaked through the air, shooting for Minsu. It hadn't even gotten close when the martial arts hero stepped forward to intercept it. Using his martial technique, Heavenly Demon Defense System, he parried the attack aside, letting it land harmlessly on a block of buildings behind him. Then, ignoring the slight injury on his arm, he turned to the source of the attack, Jeongsu. Radiating a potent killing intent, Jeongsu's voice sounded husky as he spoke. He'd finally found him, Minsu, that bastard. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, Minsu flicked him an unbothered glance. With that same dead look in his eyes, he asked if he was the one, the bastard who'd been trying his best to ruin the cycle of sorrow he'd so painstakingly cultivated. Jeongsu didn't reply, just looked at him with hatred. After so long, and after enduring so much, he finally stood before this bastard again. The bastard who killed his whole family before his eyes, who took away the normal and happy life he so cherished, who destroyed the world for petty reasons like being heartbroken, and most importantly, the bastard who killed him before he could crack his huzz. Completely unforgivable. So many murderous thoughts flipped through his mind that he didn't know what to do. Should he skin him alive and roast him for eternity? Or maybe track down his ex-girlfriend and give her a proper loving? He didn't know, but one thing was certain. He wanted this bastard to suffer. Gritting his teeth so hard that his lips bled, Jeongsu vowed to kill Minsu. So many murderous thoughts, and he couldn't decide. Why should he pick one? Why not do them all? Roast him alive while clapping his girl. Wouldn't that be the best revenge? He immediately settled on that path and called forth his spears, making the bleak sky twinkle with brilliant stars, an external manifestation of the various spears he'd summoned from the other world. The first was the familiar shield spear, Ansile, then the ground spear, Yeo Oe, the holy spear, Paulo, the demon spear once wielded by the demon king, Daryl, the flame spear, Ignite, the ice spear, Vasnes, and 4 more spears that weren't important enough to get their own page. Kinda like that maiden or dude you're thirsty enough to clap but wouldn't openly admit it in front of the homies. They were the poison spear, Skola, the savage spear, Baton, the fragment spear, Artier, and finally, another fragment spear, Shashatier. With the loadout fully equipped, Jeongsu immediately summoned the smoke. He dual-wielded 2 spears, holy and demonic, facing off against Minsu. Minsu rose to the challenge, summoning his own sword, Durant. As if by prior agreement, they both launched their attacks simultaneously. Jeongsu charged in with a dual holy and demonic technique, giving rise to an all-annihilating blast, Void Unity. The beam tore through the air, laying waste to everything it touched. It carried so much destructive power that for a second, The faces of Minsu and his party froze. Without hesitation, Minsu rushed forward and blocked the attack, splitting it in half with his sword. However, the sheer might of Void Unity couldn't be quelled by a meager sword slash. It continued unbridled, laying waste to the cityscape behind them. When the energy dissipated and the dust settled, a giant fissure had been carved into the formerly flat terrain, beyond which was pure destruction, spanning as far as the eye could see. The only place that stood relatively intact was the plot defended by Minsu. Yet even he couldn't fully protect all his allies, resulting in the faith hero dying miserably, her body blown to bits from the knees up. Witnessing all this, the other heroes couldn't help but click their tongues in shock. Just what kind of training had this Jeongsu bastard gone through to wield such devastating power? They were all heroes, so why did he make them seem like small fries? Meanwhile, as the heroes were questioning their isekai playthrough and wondering whether Jeongsu had completed all the side quests, something bizarre was happening on the ground. The faith hero who'd been blown to smithereens by Jeongsu was slowly reviving, cheating death by regenerating her body. She also showed a bit of her kinky side, blessing us with a teasing view of her tits. Fully recovered, she quickly turned and exited the battlefield. Although the fight promised to be interesting, she truly didn't want any part of the smoke. The hero of martial arts agreed and followed her out, leaving only Minsu and Jeongsu squaring off against each other. With all the irrelevant small fries out of the way, the two began their battle in earnest. Striking first, Jeongsu hurled a spear at Minsu. The attack seemed off, missing him and striking meters behind his back. However, this was all part of Jeongsu's plan. Just as Minsu was about to counterattack, a thick poison gushed from the spear, enveloping him instantly. It didn't take a second for the toxic miasma to spread throughout his body, causing his eyes and 7 orifices to bleed profusely. Chuckling at the cheap trick, Minsu swung his sword, dissipating the poison. He intended to advance the attack but was surprised to see Jeongsu already before him, twin spears thrusting. For a split second, Minsu's resolve wavered. He thought about his experiences thus far and everything he'd been through. Was there really a need to keep living? Wouldn't it be better to fall by Jeongsu's hand, a man who'd known as much suffering and despair as him? The idea crossed his mind, and he slowly became convinced by it. But just as he was about to drop his sword, he saw something in Jeongsu's eyes, a faint flicker of light, a slight chance of salvation in the otherwise pitch-black darkness of despair and murderous vengeance. It was then that Minsu realized something. This bastard Jeongsu was still clinging to hope, searching for salvation in the pitch darkness. He wanted to get his happy ending by avenging his family, and murdering Minsu was his way to do it. Wasn't that a bitch? How dare this bastard use him as a whetstone to sharpen his blade? To dare hope to be happier than him? Was he kidding right now? Nah, fuck all that. If it was sorrow, then they had to feel it together. Wielding his sword, he slashed at Jeongsu, meeting his attack head-on. The two crossed weapons in unrivaled fury, kicking up a mana storm from the impact. The force from the clash sent shockwaves throughout the city, leveling everything in its path and blinding to the eye. When the storm finally subsided, the two fighters lay on the ground completely spent. Neither had the strength nor the energy to continue the battle, their weapons either broken or cracked from the clash. As they lay in a pool of their own blood, scenes from their lives flashed before their eyes, ones of loss and grief. Families they'd lost or had been taken from them. Friends killed, or those who'd turned their backs. Pain they'd felt, or had inflicted. It was a sharp contrast, but at the root of it all, it was still a tale of sorrow, grief, and loss. Thus, although on completely opposite sides, they both reached a unanimous decision. Right then and there, they had to do whatever it took to kill the other. With that resolve, they each called upon their trump cards. Jeongsu summoned his enchanted armor, Didantium, while Minsu beseeched his goddess, Seraphine, for her blessing. If she could offer up the cheeks as well, that would be better. Both parties were shrouded in aura, one of darkness, the other of light, beginning their transformation. It didn't take long for the two heroes to rise to their feet, weapons drawn, ready for round 2. Without further hesitation, they charged forward, breaking the ground beneath them. Sword and spear clashed relentlessly, collapsing the very space between them. Without a doubt, this was shaping up to be an epic yet devastating battle. Minsu attacked first, rearing his giant sword back for a huge slash. Jeongsu didn't back down, facing the giant sword head-on. He spun on his heels, ducked below the slash, narrowly missing the lethal blow, then capitalized on Minsu's opening, counter-attacking and thrusting the flame spear toward his face. Minsu managed to dodge, but Jeongsu wasn't done. Twirling the poison spear, he brought it down on Minsu, forcing the latter to retreat and cracking the very ground beneath him. Unrelenting, he advanced the attack, clashing weapons with Minsu once again. Divine and dark auras interwove, brilliant and blinding to all who laid eyes on them. It would have been a beautiful sight if not for the fact that humanity's very survival hinged on the outcome of this battle. Whether they could reclaim their old lives or further descend into despair depended on how hard Jeongsu would thrust his spear right now. Seemingly aware of this, the once hidden civilians slowly crawled from their hiding places, their gazes fixed on the battle, an intense longing and hope evident within them. Would it work? Would he win? They didn't know. But what they did know was that Minsu, the reason for their sorrow and the bane of all existence, was for the first time struggling. He'd finally found a match he couldn't outright demolish. Seeing this, the joy and hope in the civilians' eyes intensified. They watched with fervent breaths, unwilling to tear their eyes away even for a second. The same was true for the entire country, as the fight had at some point become a live stream, free for the whole nation to witness. Several heated gazes locked onto their screens, eager to see the outcome of the fated battle. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, were reunited with Choi, who had miraculously survived the ambush from the Faith hero. He immediately jumped back into the fray, coordinating a full-force counterattack against the heroes. Like an emotionless machine, he sent his men on suicide missions, instructing them to stall the other heroes by any means necessary. Even if they had to throw their lives away, they had to do it, because Jeongsu's battle against Minsu couldn't be interrupted. As for himself, he was prepared to make the same sacrifice. He said this while staring down a freakish creature, a ghoulish creation of the Faith hero, and undoubtedly what he would lose his life to today. But even then, Choi wasn't scared. He calmly reloaded his gun, ready for the last battle of his life. Shifting scenes were taken to another battlefield, or more specifically, another massacre, the Iron Arm Heroes Massacre. After laying waste to the last soldier, the psychotic monster shook the blood from his hand, turning back to admire the fruits of his rampage. Several corpses lay sprawled on the ground, tanks and military trucks folded into balls like tofu. It was a bountiful harvest, if he had to say so himself. But with that being said, what was taking Minsu so long? Surely he couldn't be struggling against such a weakling, right? Regardless, it was about time he stepped in. He moved to join the fight, only to be halted by a rocket to the back. Pissed, the Iron Arm hero glared at the culprit. Did he have a death wish? What the hell was that for? The soldier, though terrified, replied that he couldn't allow him to intervene in that fight. Then, as if he'd already resolved himself to die, he pulled out his pistol and unloaded an entire magazine at the hero. Even though the bullets did 0 damage, he kept firing, determined to stall for as long as possible. Likewise, in another battle, a similar scene was playing out. After discovering that Minsu was struggling more than expected against Jeongsu, the vampire hero dove in to assist. He hadn't gone far when a hail of rocks came flying at him, one clipping him on the cheek. Furious, the vampire hero flicked his gaze to the culprits, a bunch of busybodies too eager to die. Nevertheless, they still managed to keep him there, buying more time for Jeongsu. On the Decepticon hero's side, the same thing was happening. Just like with the last 2 heroes, the civilians there were doing their best to stall for time. They threw Molotovs at the hero, lighting its ass up and buying more time for their poppy, Jeongsu. Thus, across multiple battlefields, survivors put their lives on the line, fighting tooth and nail with the heroes to stall for as long as they could. Several lives were lost, but more willingly jumped in, replacing the fallen and continuing their relentless pursuit of freedom. In their minds, if they couldn't succeed, then what was the point of existing in such a damned world? They might as well go out in a fiery bang. Back to Jeongsu, the hope of the resistance and the certified poppy of all those fighting. He was still locked in battle, thrusting his spear at Minsu like a raging beast. Each stab kicked up windstorms, forcing Minsu to constantly stay on the retreat. Fed up with his passiveness, Minsu decided to counterattack. He cocked his hand back for an uppercut, clocking Jeongsu in the chin and sending him flying like a ragdoll. Then, without missing a beat, he advanced the attack, seeking to deliver the decisive blow. But Jeongsu wasn't out of the fight just yet. Borrowing the force from the attack, he distanced himself from Minsu, preparing a finisher of his own. Blazing aura coalesced in his arm as he activated the earth-shattering technique. Then, without hesitation, he hurled the spear at Minsu, beginning his big brain counterattack. Predictably, Minsu blocked the attack, unaware he'd already fallen for the trap. He only realized something was wrong when an unnerving feeling crept up his spine and he flicked his gaze to the spear. But by then, it was already too late. The technique activated, turning the surrounding soil into quicksand and trapping Minsu within. His feet slowly sank, leaving him in a perilous situation. Not one to waste an opportunity, Jeongsu pressed the attack. He called forth his dragon spear, the noble CHADY, yeeting it straight at Minsu. Halfway through, the spear's spirit activated, transforming into a divine dragon. Minsu barely had time to curse before the attack crashed into him, kicking up a massive shockwave. Following close behind was Jeongsu, advancing the offensive and giving Minsu no room to deploy his plot armor. He was determined to put an end to the bastard right then and there, and hopefully free himself from the vengeance and survivor's guilt that had haunted him for the better part of the last year. Thus, he activated all his skills: electricity, ice, great earth, flame, atmosphere, and huzz, determined to kill Minsu once and for all. Seeing this, Minsu hit him with the protagonist mid-battle talk no jutsu, which, no matter how you look at it, is a bad sign. He praised Jeongsu for his efforts, acknowledging that he was indeed strong. But that was all he had. He was still lacking in one crucial factor. His pain was shallow. Saying that, he channeled all his mana, pain, and sorrow, using them to activate the final mode of the Durant sword, Daybreak. A dazzling slash tore apart space itself, crashing into the charging Jeongsu. Then, as if repelled by a million magnets, he was sent flying like a ragdoll, zooming through the air at unbelievable speed. The radiant sword slash followed, cleaving through him and slicing the very earth dome behind him. When it was all said and done, the underground was cut open, revealing the bright daylight beyond. As for Jeongsu, his body was battered, his arm lost, his spirit depleted. He'd lost this fight, his sorrow and pain proving too shallow to face off against Minsu, the embodiment of pain. He fell listlessly to the ground, his body battered, his blood pooling beneath him. But even with such grievous wounds, an enraged chuckle couldn't help but escape his lips. Too shallow? Did Minsu really call his sorrow shallow? He called upon his mana, using the energy to seal his wounds. Then, with rage in his voice, he rose to address the preposterous words he'd just heard. Losing his family and watching them die in front of him? Was that shallow? What about having to watch Minsu's emo ass destroy the world? Was that also shallow? Being beaten like a dog, stabbed through the chest, and suffering so much pain that he transmigrated. Was that also shallow? If all that was shallow, then what did Minsu call suffering? Was he fucking with him right now? An overwhelming fury raged in Jeongsu's heart, causing the very atmosphere to churn. The pressure became suffocating, pressing down on everyone around. Even the heroes who prided themselves on being invincible couldn't help but frown at the sight. Was this the power of a hero? Then why did their own seem so insignificant in comparison? What a load of bullshit. Or perhaps, did they get the Temu version of transmigration? Because how else could they explain this discrepancy in power? Of course, Jeongsu had no idea what they were thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. His full focus and rage were locked on one man, the bastard Minsu. Seething with hate, he lunged forward, seeking to resume their bout. Minsu read his thoughts and stepped forward, abandoning his sword to engage Jeongsu in melee. So what if he didn't like what he had to say? He'd just pummel him until it sank in. Jeongsu, on the other hand, closed the distance, determined to validate his feelings with his fists. He cocked his hand back, whipping an arm cannon at Minsu. Unfortunately, heart and resolve don't win fights. You still need strength. Minsu easily dodged that shit, countering with a clobber to the face. He then advanced his attack, hitting Jeongsu with a three-piece combo ending with a rocket to the gut, tearing apart his armor. As Jeongsu reeled from the blow, Minsu taunted him, telling him his sorrow was indeed shallow, because how else could he be getting his ass beat so badly? If he truly knew sorrow, then he'd at least be putting up a fight, not losing as pathetically as he was right now. Then, as if to drive his point home, Minsu clocked him in the jaw. Or maybe it was the balls. It's kinda hard to tell from this angle. But whichever it was, Jeongsu was seriously getting his ass beat, making me wonder if the broadcast was still live. Was everyone around the world really witnessing this shit? Poor fellow. Bored of toying around, Minsu decided to end it. He whipped Jeongsu with a sidekick, sending the battered bastard flying. After tumbling and scraping across the hard ground, Jeongsu finally crashed headfirst into a wall, letting out a groan of pain. Gazing at the defeated Jeongsu, Minsu explained why he could never defeat him, why he was so weak, and why he said his sorrow was shallow. It was because Jeongsu was redeemable. Although he'd been through some shit, there was still hope for things to change for him. Hope to live a normal life with people he could love. Minsu, on the other hand, didn't have any of that. He had no loved ones, no friends, no redemption, and worst of all, he had no bitches. How could he not be strong with so much weighing on him? Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Jeongsu asked if that was it. Was that why Minsu decided to destroy the world? Because he had no loved ones and couldn't pull bitches? How selfish could he be? Enraged, he asked Minsu what the people had ever done to him. What had he and his family ever done to deserve this? Minsu replied by stepping closer. Then, with eyes as hollow as the abyss, he explained that they were happy. That was their crime. When he was going through shit and his world was collapsing, they had the audacity to be happy. How could he forgive that? Punching down, he roared that it was unforgivable. How dare they be happier than him? Eliminate and forget about him? Not wait for him while he was transmigrated. And worst of all, someone had cracked his girl while he was in the isekai. How could he possibly forgive that? He punched harder and harder, venting his feelings and reducing Jeongsu's face to a blistered mess. Pausing to catch his breath, Minsu told Jeongsu not to fuck with him. Hero of hope? Of salvation? He didn't want to hear any of that shit. If Jeongsu was truly the hero of hope, he should have saved him when he was suffering. Just as Minsu was about to continue his sad boy emo pity party, a bullet zoomed past his face, drawing his attention. Turning his head, he was surprised to see that it was just one girl, pistol in hand, rising to oppose him. Though scared, Vixen told him to stop with that emo bullshit. They'd heard enough and couldn't take it anymore. So what if his family died, his friends abandoned him, and his girl got clapped? Is that really a good enough reason to destroy the world? Okay, maybe the last one's valid. But what did his girl getting stretched have to do with them? She inched closer, her gun trained on Minsu. Seeing this, Minsu asked if she was crazy. What did she expect to accomplish by firing a gun at him? Was this her show of defiance? Was she seeking to go out as a martyr? Vixen replied that she had no such plans. All she was doing was sending a message. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. But she was certain that as long as they continued to fight back like they were doing now, then eventually something would stick, and they'd defeat the likes of him. It was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Vixen's proclamation was proving to be true. Despite being completely massacred, mangled, and dismembered beyond recognition, the members of the army fought defiantly, finally bringing down the Faith Hero's minion. The victory came at a steep cost, though, as the only survivor was Choi, and even he was gravely wounded, not long for this world. Regardless, he still picked up his walkie-talkie and asked to be connected to the entire city. He had one last message to deliver. When the connection was made, Choi immediately addressed the crowd. He explained the situation, choosing to believe in their humanity. He told them that the hero of salvation had lost, and from the narrator's view, it was a pathetic loss. However, it wasn't over yet. The hero of salvation could lose, but he couldn't die there. Since he was their only hope of fighting back against the murderous heroes, they had to do everything possible to protect his life. Thus, he was asking, no, begging, for their help. Would they please help save Jeongsu? Ensure that he made it out alive? He knew he was asking for a lot, but they truly had no other choice. This was the only road they could walk, a road of sacrifice, death, and using their lives as cannon fodder. It would all be worth it if Jeongsu escaped. Finished with his plea and gamble, he took a drag of his cigarette, the last he'd ever have. Then, as if feeling the Grim Reaper's call, his life flashed before his eyes. Specifically, that fateful encounter back in the day, when he had met her for the first time, a true hero. He still remembered it like it was yesterday, how she had gambled everything to entrust the future to his hands. Well, he was doing the same now. Things really do come full circle. Sighing melancholically, he took another drag of his cigarette before saying goodbye to the world. This was the best he could do. The seed had been planted. What followed would be up to luck. With that thought, he detonated the explosives, laying waste to the building and sending it crashing toward Minsu. Seeing this, the faith hero stepped in to intervene. Addressing her brainwashed followers, she asked which of them would be willing to make a sacrifice. The bastards, clearly delirious, eagerly responded to her sermon, offering to sacrifice one arm each. The faith hero didn't hesitate. She immediately ripped off their arms, using her power to morph them into gigantic, radiant limbs that held up the collapsing building. Just like that, Choi's last show of defiance was thwarted, making his death all the more tragic. Meanwhile, on Minsu's side, a peculiar event was playing out. One of the heroes had revolted. The magic hero, otherwise known as the lowly hero, or petite hero, stood in opposition to Minsu, her stance clear. She was done tolerating his murderous ass. Fuming, she told Minsu to go die. The world would be a better place without a middle school syndrome lunatic like him. Then, without further hesitation, she let it fly, sending a freaking laser beam at Minsu. And not just any laser beam, but a zesty, candy-filled version of it. Talk about getting a sweet death. And also, why are you gay? Jokes aside, let's dive a bit into the backstory of the petite hero, the magic hero. On a random day, just like any other in her otherwise normal life, things took an unexpected turn. As she was on the phone chopping it up with her mom, she passed by a delivery truck using a lift to carry heavy equipment into an apartment building. Of course, the magic hero was well versed in the art of minding her damn business, so she ignored that shit and continued on. Finally, when she was about to enter her apartment building, a shift in the conversation with her mom startled her enough for her to drop the bag she was carrying. Bending down to pick it up, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. That's when she noticed it. A shadow cast on her form, rapidly expanding. Puzzled, she turned just in time to hear passers-by screaming, warning her to watch out. Unfortunately, it was too late. A big fat-ass fridge introduced her personally to its homie, Mr. Isekai. I don't know what Truck-kun was doing that day. Probably chasing after some hoes. But yeah, the job to Isekai maidens fell on the homie Fridge-kun. Anyway, after serving her time in the other world as the magic hero, the petite hero finally made it back, only to be shocked by what she returned to. The entire world was burning. Some maidenless fool had taken it upon himself to destroy everything, and now everyone was suffering for it. Shocked, she did a bit of investigating and quickly uncovered the truth. The supernatural world on Earth had split into two camps. The first was the team of virgins, untouched by maidens and venting their anger in violence, massacres, and the annihilation of the human race. The second was the team of heroes, valiant individuals who opposed the oppression and rose in defiance. Of course, they also had another defining feature. Each and every one of them could, at any time, if they so wished, get bitches. Just look at the three dudes in front and tell me they don't knock them down. Even the old geezer at the back seems to be cracking mad cheeks based on the sly smile he's showing. After realizing the truth, the magic hero said, "Fuck that," and chose a third option. She wouldn't join the heroes nor the virgins. Instead, she'd blend with the normies and live her life peacefully. Thus, with no shame or hesitation, she tracked down her family, using the masses to blend in and protect them secretly. The ploy succeeded, until things suddenly came crumbling down on one fateful day. While they were having their daily rations and complaining about how trash it tasted, pure gym sweat booty, 3 soldiers closed in on their location from the main tent. Without mincing words, they instructed the magic hero, Ma Ye-rin, to follow. Confused and curious about what was going on, she reluctantly complied. However, that did not mean she'd do so quietly. On their way to the tent, she fired off question after question, trying to determine what was going on. Could it be that she was being arrested for cutting in line? That was indeed a shitty move on her part, but she doubted it would warrant an arrest. So was it because she called the food trash? She didn't lie. The food did taste like ass. If they were arresting her for that, then she'd willingly accept that loss. While she was pondering what the soldiers could possibly want from her, a voice cut in, blowing away most of the confusion. It explained that she was being arrested not because she called the food trash, but because she was a hero. And of course, as you can see, the voice was from Choi. Startled, Yerin asked what the hell he was talking about. Hero? It sure as hell wasn't her. Choi replied that they had proof, so playing dumb wouldn't help. But if she desired evidence, then he'd hit her with some facts. He then proceeded to read out her entire file. Ma Ye-rin, 20 years old, likes to throw it back and ask, "Whose is it?" To this, the narrator would gladly say, "Mine." What a horny dog. After a freakish accident, she disappeared for an entire year, only to reappear a couple of months ago, matching perfectly with the trend of returning heroes analyzed thus far. Cutting in, Ye-rin asked how that made her suspicious. People disappeared all the time. It didn't mean they'd been isekai'd. Besides, how do they know she wasn't shacked up with some Romeo during that time? Maybe she'd run away, living her best life with Alejandro, or as the streets call him, Al, for the streets. Could they prove that wasn't the case? Choi replied that they did have more evidence, then took out a photograph. He explained that it had been taken by one of their drones during an abnormal incident about 10 days ago. Turns out a couple of missiles had been misfired, and their target changed from the enemy base to their own. The missiles were set to land on their location, lighting their shit up. But just as the inevitable was about to happen, a magic shield suddenly appeared, blocking their advance. The puzzling thing was, at no point did the heroes show themselves. They simply stopped the attack and slid back into the shadows. Luckily, they had drones in the air at that time and managed to capture something interesting. Her leaving the very same building the hero had been suspected to act from. Still not convinced, Ye-rin asked if that was all they had. Maybe it was a coincidence that she was in that building at that time. Besides, it wasn't a crime to enter a building. She could go wherever the hell she wanted. To this, Choi stopped wasting words and pulled out a revolver. Since she was adamant in denying the truth, he'd just have to confirm the hard way. If she was a hero as he expected, then she'd be fine. If not, then he'd leave a flower on her grave after killing her. Wasting no time, he pulled the trigger. The gun went off with a bang. Shocked, Ye-rin acted on instinct and set up a magic barrier. Her form also underwent a mystical transformation, changing into the petite magic hero we all know. When the tension subsided, Choi revealed that he'd caught her. The gun had been empty, but the outcome was more than sufficient to prove his point. Realizing she'd been caught, Ye-rin decided to come clean. She revealed that she was indeed a hero, but had her reasons for keeping it a secret. The most important one was, she wasn't strong enough to face off against the other heroes, especially Minsu. She then explained that there was a clear difference in strength between the heroes, and that difference was mostly determined by the Demon King they defeated. The stronger the Demon King, the stronger the hero would become after defeating them, and consequently the stronger they would be compared to other heroes. In their case, the Demon King Minsu defeated was vastly stronger than the ones the others had defeated, meaning he was much stronger than them. Matter of fact, she doubted the other heroes would be able to defeat him, even if they ganged up. To put it simply, it was straight up an unfair advantage, a complete favor for the bastard Minsu by the Maiden of Luck. Confused, Choi asked if that's why she hid herself. Didn't it occur to her that the world could get destroyed? Ye-rin replied that she was aware of that possibility, but what else could she do? She was afraid of death and still had her ailing mother and little sister to protect. Why would she risk it all by fighting the villains? She didn't want to die, and most importantly, didn't want to see her loved ones die. Hiding was the only option she had. Saying so, she bit her lip in frustration, making it bleed and venting a bit of her negative emotions. To this, Choi could only sigh in pity before offering a solution. He emphasized that she didn't have to die to contribute to their resistance. There were other ways she could help. The first was to join Minsu's team. Shocked, Yerin asked what he was talking about. Why would she join that murderer? Choi explained that it wasn't what she thought, signaling for his man to approach. He then added that since no one knew when she had returned, it was possible to trick the villains into believing she was one of them. All she had to do was crash out publicly, and hopefully the villains would believe she was with them. Handing over a secret file, he explained that it detailed the location and information of a not-so-important military base, the target of her deceit. Her task was to destroy the base and everything in it, using the bloodshed to buy trust with the villain group. As for the soldiers' sacrifices during the facade, she shouldn't worry about it. Sacrifices were necessary for the greater good. Becoming more serious, Choi stressed that if she did it, he would take care of her family. He would even evacuate them overseas, saving them from the torment of the villains' attacks. All she had to do was be their hidden card. She would infiltrate the villain group, bide her time, and if ever a person or method came that could destroy Minsu, she should do her best to protect them. Shifting back to the present, the secret agent nature of the magic hero was finally revealed. She faced off against Minsu, doing her best to protect Jeongsu, their hope. True, she was scared, but with so many people counting on her, she had no choice but to give it her best. Yelling at the top of her lungs, she shouted at Minsu to come at her. She was a hero too, goddammit, and she'd be damned if she let him lay a finger on the poppy Jeongsu. And yes, he could put that on her mama. Speaking of Jeongsu, he was having an existential crisis. He drowned in despair, tallying the fruits of his labor since he embarked on his revenge journey. Fruits that seemed utterly pointless at this moment. 117,000. That was how many times he'd trained his thrust. And no, not the thrust you're thinking about, you naughty dog. The spear thrust. He'd trained it so much his palms bled. His slice technique had been trained 57,000 times. The number of times he'd fainted during his workouts, that he knew of, was 297. He'd passed out so often that even the Grim Reaper stopped showing up, thinking he was trolling. As for true death, he'd come close to it a whopping 13 times. Most of those moments were truly perilous, and he genuinely didn't know how he'd made it through. But he did, and he had the scars to prove it. 84 scars, to be precise. He'd taken so many losses from demons, fought so many battles, that he doubted if he was still even human. Yet there he was, still fighting, still surviving, all for revenge. On a positive note, it wasn't like he only took beatings. He'd clapped a plethora of cheeks in his days. Cheeks that, if lined up, would make a fantastic bridge across any river, a solid yet bouncy 1,700 cheeks to be exact. He'd killed so many demons that blood flowed like rivers, literally giving visual meaning to that phrase. However, even with all that, what was the point? He couldn't even beat Minsu, let alone avenge his family. He'd been beaten like a dog, and all he had to show for it were a few scratches on Minsu. Scratches the bastard probably didn't even notice. Was it truly hopeless? Were all the grueling hours of practice, the legendary spears, and even the borrowed Demon King's power all pointless? Was he destined to never defeat Minsu? To never avenge his family? If so, then what was the point of living? He might as well check out early, redeem that early access to heaven. As he thought this, he stuck out his tongue, ready to bite it off and delete himself. But just as his teeth came down, a hand suddenly intercepted, blocking his attempt. Shocked, Jeongsu, who was mid-apology to his dead family for failing them, suddenly got a strange feeling. Who the hell had just stuck their fingers in his mouth? And what kind of freaky shit were they on? Couldn't they see he was in the middle of some serious business right now? How dare they tempt him with that kinky nonsense? Licking the fingers a couple of times, for research purposes of course, he opened his eyes a fraction to see who it was. It was Vixen. The maiden hadn't abandoned him in his time of need. She doubled back to stop him from making a fatal mistake. She smiled kindly at him, needing no words to convey her feelings. She wanted him to live on. This wasn't where a hero like him should fall. As tears continued to stream down her cheeks, the magic hero finally flew by, whisking Jeongsu away with her. They left Vixen behind, but it was clear she had no regrets. As for Jeongsu, he glanced weakly at the retreating vixen, a storm of emotions swirling in his eyes. Was this it? Would he ever see her again? And what about that finger thing she did at the end? He wouldn't mind experiencing that again. Unfortunately, Ye-rin was too busy fleeing to indulge his horny thoughts. She cut through the air like a phantom, yelling for him to lock in. His wounds were dire. He needed to stop the bleeding, or their escape would be pointless. As they soared through the air, it didn't take long for the members of the villain party to spot them. The first was the Decepticon hero, who immediately broadcasted their location. With speakers materializing everywhere, it announced that a magical loli and a freak hero with a finger-licking fetish were on the run. Definitely the treacherous bastards they'd been looking for. Then, without wasting another second, it conjured a shit ton of missiles, launching them all at the duo. Picking up on the danger, Ye-rin immediately began evasive maneuvers. She dodged the first volley of missiles, letting them detonate harmlessly on nearby buildings. Without so much as a glance back, she continued forward, weaving through the pursuing missiles with grace and precision. When she'd left them all behind, one suddenly accelerated, catching up to her in an instant. Taken aback, Ye-rin barely had time to react before the missile detonated, blanketing her in flames. Luckily, she'd been one step ahead, deploying a magic shield in time. With her familiar clinging on at the back, she continued her frantic escape, doing her best to slip away. Unfortunately, escape wouldn't come as swiftly as she'd hoped. Two more villains joined the chase, the martial arts hero and the hero of Iron Arm. Using his footwork technique, the martial arts hero leaped between buildings with frightening agility, easily catching up to the fleeing duo. His hands rose in a martial stance, clearly preparing to strike them down. But before he could, something unexpected happened. A soldier suddenly came crashing in, intercepting the martial arts hero mid-pursuit. With a solemn glance at Jeongsu and a heartfelt reminder for him to survive no matter what, the soldier sacrificed himself, detonating explosives to slow the hero down. Thanks to his sacrifice, Ye-rin managed to pull away, putting distance between herself and the pursuers. Unfortunately, such tactics weren't enough to stall the hero for long. He quickly recovered, ready to resume the chase. But once again, something unexpected happened. 3 more soldiers popped out, yelling for him to hold it right there. They weren't about to let him go anywhere. As a matter of fact, wasn't heaven pretty nice this time of year? How about they just went and checked it out together? Saying so, they decisively detonated their explosives, hoping to take the hero down with them, or at least buy more time for the fleeing allies. Witnessing the explosion, the hero of Iron Arm couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell had gotten into the mortals? Had they lost their damn minds? A while ago they'd been terrified of death, yet here they were, willingly throwing themselves into the grave. Just what the hell was going on? As he mulled it over, a bus suddenly came speeding toward him, blocking his path. The driver wasn't even a soldier, just a civilian. He knew death was inevitable, yet he still came, driving his bus headfirst to stop the pursuing hero. Enraged, the Iron Arm hero yelled at them to stop fucking with him. What was this? A night of 1,000 sacrifices? Were they trying to summon a holy maiden or something? He didn't care. Anyone who stood in his way would feel his wrath. He blitzed through the bus, tearing it clean in half. But behind the first bus came another. Taken aback, the hero clicked his tongue in frustration. Another one? Fine. If that's how they wanted to play it, he'd gladly play along. Channeling mana into his arms, he prepared to obliterate the next vehicle. Advancing forward, he unleashed an arm rocket at the truck, caving in its front side. But before he could celebrate, a shit ton of explosives came spilling out. That had been the true plan. Drown him in enough explosives to level a cityscape. If he still withstood that, then they could only call him Papi Chulo. Smiling victoriously, the soldier left a similar message to Jeongsu before letting it rip. He detonated the explosives, blanketing the sky in flames. As the embers burned, so did the fire of hope in the people's hearts. They had made great sacrifices to ensure that the flame of rebellion would not die that day, but whether or not that would be the case was yet to be seen. Speaking of hope, the vessel of the people's hope was currently in the air above them, half unconscious and desperately fleeing for his life. But even in his tragic state, the homie Jeongsu Park didn't forget to take advantage of the situation and cop a feel of the magic hero's opie. As for how I knew that, just look at that expression. Doesn't that seem like someone who's been hit with some divine touch no jutsu? Too bad there wasn't much to touch in the first place. Flatboard jokes aside, the magic hero had barely recovered from the grope when the vampire hero caught up to her. He closed the distance in an instant, whipping out his dagger to commence his offensive. With a swipe of the curved blade, he cut across his palm, using his vampiric powers to manipulate the gushing blood. Though it doesn't make logical sense, he morphed the blood into a stringless bow, somehow pulling on it to fire an arrow. And as if that wasn't enough ass-pull bullshit, the bow and arrow all turned into more arrows, all of them shooting toward the fleeing magic hero. Not only that, when the arrows finally struck, they somehow increased from 3 to 4, making me wonder just what the hell was going on here. Anyway, the chase was still ongoing, so I had no choice but to shut my nosy ass up and focus on recapping. As for the magic hero, she had more important things to worry about than multiplying blood arrows. She was entirely focused on how she could escape that place. The only exit she knew of was tightly guarded by Bayek Hana and Minsu, who was currently getting healed. Alternatively, the other exit she could think of was the hole in the ceiling, but that wasn't an option either because of the dangerous debris falling from it. Stamped and with no obvious action plan, she barely had time to react when she was blasted from behind with some thunderous backshots. The attack type, not the one you're thinking about, you pervert. Rocked, the magic hero arched her back to defuse some of the damage. She winced through the pain, turning back to see how close she was to her attacker. When she did, she noticed something else that caught her attention. An agent up on the rooftop, signaling for her to follow his guide. Without hesitation, the magic hero said, "Say less," and immediately flew over. What other choice did she have? Stay there and get sieged? Hell nah, she wasn't down for that nonsense. Thus she increased her flying speed, tearing through the air like a rocket. Seeing this, the vampire hero shouted at her to hold it right there. How long was she planning to flee? With how things were, wasn't it better to just give up? Damn it, when he finally caught up to her, he'd give her a fate worse than death. With those words, he shot forward, intensifying his pursuit. Meanwhile, at the B-12 platform, the destination of the fleeing magic hero, a procession of hundreds was being evacuated. They all lined up in orderly formation, guided by soldiers out of that hell. Of course, some people caused trouble, but it wasn't anything the government couldn't handle. Speaking of government, the representative in charge timely got an update on the situation. She was informed that the magic hero had been successfully contacted and was on her way, bringing along the unconscious Jeongsu. Relieved, the representative told the agent to keep her updated. Then she ordered a full mobilization of their forces, calling upon the soldiers to gather at their location. From then on, it was bound to be an all-out desperate battle. The objective was also clear. Evacuate Jeongsu before the big bad heroes caught up and rocked their shit. For this, they would spare no expense, even if they had to cut off the escape route for most of the civilians. Concerned, her second-in-command asked if that was a good idea. If they did that, there was a significant chance they'd have a civilian riot on their hands. Was now really the time to risk something like that? Pressuring the masses and leaving them no way out was a surefire recipe for disaster. The representative replied that he shouldn't worry about it. Whatever happened next would be on her, so he should focus on his part of the mission, leading the magic hero there safely. As for the masses, she'd regulate them herself. She grabbed a megaphone, using it to address the people. She informed them that that was the last operational elevator in the whole underground structure. After one more use and evacuation, the elevator lines would be cut to create an opening for Jeongsu's escape. Obviously that meant everyone there, including herself, would die, but she sincerely hoped they understood why it had to be done. Fuming, some civilians asked what the hell she was talking about. Who was she to condemn them all to death, and without asking their opinion? Did she think their lives were a joke? Chiming in, more civilians asked who made her the judge of their destiny. Just because they were weak and not heroes, did she think she could do this to them? In response, the representative told them to shut their asses up. Who did they think they were? Denzel? King Kong did have shit on them, and this wasn't training day, so they shouldn't ask stupid things like, "You think you can do this to me?" Because she could, and she just did. They were all going to die there, and there was nothing they could do about it. Besides, even if they escaped to the top side, What did they plan to do? Did they have the confidence to survive the apocalypse without Jeongsu, the hero of revolt? If not, then they should shut their traps and get in line. With how things were, there was only one acceptable course of action: plant a seed of hope. Sure, they would lose their lives there, but by ensuring Jeongsu escaped, they'd plant a seed of hope for all those who came after them, and maybe, just maybe, they wouldn't have to live through the same hellish apocalypse they all had. She understood it was a lot to ask, but they too knew it was the only option they had. So, would they do it? Would they lay down their lives for the greater good? The people mulled in silence before one man bravely walked forward. Although he didn't like the harsh words she used, he couldn't deny that she was right. This was indeed their only option. Holding a baby in his arms, presumably his baby, because it would be super awkward otherwise, he declared that he would give up his escape spot for him. Then, as if influenced by him, more men stepped forward, giving up their own spots to the women, children, and elderly. It became a truly touching scene. One I would have watched approvingly while disguised as a woman were I there. What? Did you think I'd be like these people and give up my spot? Nah, fuck that. My life comes first above all else. I'd gladly wear those fishnet stockings because ain't no way I'm dying there. Useless banter aside, the noble men quickly set up defensive positions. They armed themselves with crude melee weapons, preparing for the greatest, and possibly last, battle of their lives. After waiting a while, the magic hero finally arrived, zooming past them with the quickness. She immediately realized what was going on, the sacrifice they were making, and couldn't help but shed a few tears. With a choke in her voice, she thanked them profusely, apologized, then jetted up the elevator shaft, making her escape. When she left, all hell broke loose. The pursuing heroes finally caught up, commencing the most devastating battle of all time. 3,000 people engaged in a brutal melee against the heroes, and without exception, all 3,000 were massacred, in more creative ways than the last. The underground city soon became a graveyard, housing a river of blood and mangled corpses. But despite all that, the brave and noble men still managed to buy 5 minutes, more than enough for Jeongsu and the magic hero to escape. Switching scenes, we're taken to a deserted island in Indonesia. After fleeing pathetically and barely escaping with their lives, the duo of heroes found themselves on this island. Gasping for breath and severely low on mana, the magic hero tossed Jeongsu onto the ground and nearly collapsed beside him. As she studied him, she couldn't believe all that fuss was about this one man. Over 50,000 people had given their lives for him to escape. She truly hoped he was worth it. While mulling it over, her train of thought was interrupted by footsteps closing in on her. Glancing up, she was surprised to find they weren't the only humans alive on that deserted island. There was someone else with them, and from the looks of it, they were a hero too. As for whether they were a dude or a baddie, I genuinely can't tell. But either way, smash. No homo, of course. Suspect comments aside, let's shift over to the US of A. In the White House, a high-profile meeting was underway. Several big shots of the government, including the president, had gathered to get a briefing on the situation in South Korea. Reporting was the National Security Advisor, who informed them of the intel they'd just received from their sources and spies in the country. At approximately 1347 Eastern Time, all communication with the Korean Reconstruction government had been terminated, suspected to be because the whole government had been annihilated. In addition, of the 7,000 military personnel, 217 people constituting the backup government, and over 40,000 civilians under their care, no one was spared. All intelligence pointed toward a complete and utter disaster. It was safe to assume that Korea as they once knew it was no more. Listening to the briefing, the president involuntarily sucked in a deep breath. He pondered over the grave situation for a while before asking the question on everyone's mind. Was it done by the heroes? Because who else would have the capability to annihilate an entire government and its people so effortlessly? Responding, the NSA whipped out a remote control, deeming it more effective to show rather than tell. He clicked play on the preloaded clip, showing how the heroes had infiltrated the underground city. From their tense seats, the big shots watched as the heroes swaggered into the city, a clear prelude to the massacre. Sighing, one general commented on the absurdity of it all. 8 heroes had assembled. No wonder the Korean government was annihilated. With firepower that mighty, it would have been a miracle if they'd pulled through. Another chimed in, asking why they only received the intel just now. With all the resources they'd pumped into supporting the reconstruction government, plus all the spies they had in their network, how come they were only receiving the intel after the fact? Could it be that their intel network was lagging? The NSA replied that their intel network wasn't what they ought to be focused on right now. He skipped to another portion of the clip, telling the members to have a look. Explaining further, he informed them that while the heroes were attacking the government, an interesting yet unforeseen event occurred. Another hero had risen up to oppose the sword hero. Shocked, the big shots asked what he was talking about. The NSA responded by playing a new clip, again, deeming it more effective to show rather than tell. After watching the full set of clips, the members in the briefing settled into a tense silence. It took a while before one of them recovered enough to ask a question. How credible was the intel source? The NSA replied that the intel was as credible as it could get. Their man on the inside had risked his life to film that video, so its credibility shouldn't be up for debate. Besides, out of caution, they'd also verified it through their own means, so the video was definitely real. Nodding in acknowledgement, the president asked where the hero currently was. Surely, as a force capable of standing up to Minsu, they hadn't lost track of him, right? The NSA replied that they hadn't. According to their intel, the hero of revolt, Jeongsu, was currently on a deserted island in Indonesia, chilling with 2 of his hus. Actually, it was more accurate to say 1 hus and 1 possible hus, because the mysterious hero was suspicious to say the least. But from the narrator's report, it was still a smash. Speaking of smash, we shift to the new hero panting heavily, alluding to some intense physical activity going on. And before you say they're out here cracking cheeks, I'll have you know that the possible baddie was just carrying Jeongsu and the magic hero after they'd collapsed. Straining through the night, she finally delivered them to a hidden location on the island, their hideout for the time being. Without rest, she immediately set out to heal their grave injuries. Planting a seed, she used her magic to accelerate its growth, blossoming a tree out of nowhere. Then, with the skills of a druid, she manipulated the tree to scoop the duo up, before morphing into a comfortable shape for them to lie on. After finishing with that, she immediately began the true healing process. With a bit of mana injected into the vine, it quickly sprouted leaves that soon glowed green, bathing the duo in its healing radiance. Under the nourishing illumination, the complexion of the injured pair quickly improved, with the magic hero regaining a bit of her rosy blush. As for Jeongsu, the hero was too gravely injured for the healing to show obvious improvements. Plus, out of guilt, he felt like he didn't deserve to exist anymore, so he wasn't cooperating with the treatment. With a heartbroken and frustrated tone, he asked the baddie why she was healing him. He'd lost to Minsu, failed to protect those he wanted to protect, avenge those he wanted to avenge, live up to the hope and expectations placed upon him. He was nothing but a weak loser, so why was she treating him? In response, the baddie slapped the shit out of him. She gave him that wake the hell up slap, telling him to stop whining like a bitch. So what if he got his ass handed to him? Was that how he should talk? All mopey and sad like he was on his period or something? Real men shouldn't talk like that, let alone certified poppies such as himself. She told him to get his shit together. Besides, there was one thing he was mistaken about. It wasn't that he hadn't protected anyone, but rather that they had protected him. They'd all given their lives to ensure his survival. So was this how he should repay them? Tearing up and giving up on his survival? How different was that from a slap in the face to them, to their memory and sacrifice? Tearing up, the possible baddie told him it was too early to give up on himself. They still had a lot to do, so Jeongsu better get his mind right. As she spoke, phantoms of heroes she knew appeared behind her, hinting that just like Jeongsu, she too had inherited the will and wishes of those who'd put their hope and trust in her. Switching back to the White House, we pick up from where we left off. After reporting Jeongsu's possible location, the National Security Advisor listened attentively to the president's next remarks. And just as he expected, the conversation quickly delved into what the government should do from then on. The generals replied that the next course of action should be to quell the people's anxiety. Over 5 million refugees had fled Korea to the USA, and once news of Korea's destruction reached them, the country would be in turmoil. It was advisable to get ahead of that before things took an unfavorable turn. Another big shot chimed in, stating that the people's turmoil wasn't the only thing they needed to worry about. Once news of the attack spread and other nations, who believed they would be unaffected by the crisis, found out, things were bound to get noisy at the UN. Because as logic dictates, if one nation similar to their own could fall, what prevented their own from falling as well? It could be predicted that the UN would be a lively scene for the foreseeable future. And just like the big shot predicted, the UN was bustling with activity. Several heads of state who'd found out about the tragic fate of Korea were pushing for more drastic measures, proposing to nip the trouble in the bud. What heroes and fantasy powers! It wasn't something a good old dose of an Oppenheimer explosion couldn't handle. Let them become death on their asses. R.I.P. to my boy Robbie Oppenheimer, by the way. Hope you're pulling mad bitches in the afterlife. Back in the briefing room, a general proposed the same drastic action. Judging by how things were, it was advisable to make a preemptive strike. Shocked, the president asked if he was crazy. Did he expect them to deploy more troops? What about the opposition from the people? Not to mention the optics of invading an allied country. The general replied that the second concern didn't exist, as the Korean government was all but wiped out. As for pushback from the people, what people was he referring to exactly? Because as far as he was concerned, they could assume that the majority of the Korean population had died by the hero's hands. Launching a nuke on a deserted country shouldn't be a problem. Stressing his point, he emphasized that this was the best time to attack. With all the heroes gathered in one location, it was the perfect opportunity to clear them all out, and they already had the best weapon for the job. A top-secret nuclear arsenal known as God's Hammer. At the same time, in the control room of said nuclear arsenal, the operator received an incoming transmission, with shock. After confirming the transmission several times, he solemnly turned to inform his fellow operators. An order had been issued, and God's Hammer was to launch an attack on the provided coordinates. Target: South Korea. From then on, they were to become like Robbie Oppenheimer and become death on the South Korean asses. No Diddy, of course. Shifting back to the underground city, now a city of death and calamity, we're shown the aftermath of the hero's rampage. Several corpses are sprawled across the ground, with the only living survivor being this unfortunate bastard right here. Unluckily for him, the big bad wolf, Supreme Virgin, and maidenless Minsu had his eyes locked on him. Even then, the agent fought through his terror and aimed his rifle at Minsu, ready to unleash some heat on him. Regrettably, he'd long run out of bullets, and the once formidable rifle was now nothing more than a worthless piece of metal in his hands. Despairing, he watched with tense eyes as Minsu closed in on him, the same dead, emotionless, and maidenless look on his face. However, contrary to the immediate and gruesome death he expected, Minsu decided to engage him in a little banter. He proposed a deal. Go out there and announce that the bastard Jeongsu was dead. With his death, the last remaining bit of hope would be destroyed, so everyone should obediently give up and suffer as intended. If he did that, Minsu promised to spare his life. To this, the agent simply chuckled in scorn. Though terrified out of his wits, he still plastered a mocking look on his face and taunted Minsu. Why the deceit? Could it be that he was scared? Scared that the hero he'd failed to kill would return someday and ruin his plans? Scared the same hero would rally others behind him and keep revolting? Destroying the world of suffering and sorrow Minsu had painstakingly created? If so, then it was a relief, because now he knew Minsu was just a man. More powerful than the rest, sure, but still just a man and not a god. But why was he so angry then? Could it be that he couldn't pull any bitches after returning from the isekai? Or had someone marinated his girl while he was fighting demons in the other world? If so, then he understood him. He too would have crashed out if that happened. Fed up with hearing his taunting bullshit, Minsu threw him a slashing party and sent him ahead. He liberated his head from his body, a sputter of blood and gore following. Gnashing his teeth in frustration, he stabbed his blade into the corpse, venting the anger and humiliation brewing in his heart. Scared? Him? Who told this useless bastard he could feel such lowly emotions? And what was that nonsense about lacking bitches? He'd have him know that he has mad pull, even cracking the saintess of the other world. Well, technically he didn't smash, and the saintess was known to be a bit of a hoe, but still, they didn't know her like he did. He could definitely change her. Saying so, he stabbed the bastard's corpse again, venting the last of his frustration. Upon doing so, he sobered enough to realize someone was closing in on him. The hero of Return. A likely yet still unproven snake. But my gut tells me this bastard is treacherous as fuck, Taemin type shit. Glancing over the mangled corpse, the Return hero ignored Minsu's embarrassing declaration and gave a status report. It wasn't his business if Minsu was a hopeless simp trying to change a thought. He would leave his rehabilitation to the venerable saint, Future aka the Homie Damun. He reported that, just as requested, the entire underground city had been cleared out. Everyone either killed or close to dead. Minsu stopped his vengeful corpse mutilation and flicked him a cold gaze. By the Return hero's side were the other heroes who had gathered at some point, awaiting Minsu's orders. Noticing the frustration in Minsu's eyes, the Faith hero told him to take his time. He shouldn't worry about them, and should vent all the anger in his heart. Heck, if she were accused of being a simp and unable to pull bitches, she'd probably crash out too. The Iron Arm hero chimed in, saying the Faith hero was right. Being accused of trying to save a thought was just as bad as someone calling his trap slow. Such pain could be felt even in the soul. Although he couldn't relate, since he was swimming in the huzz himself, he understood Minsu would need time to vent. Hearing the narrator's bullshit, which had long since diverged from the plot, Minsu walked up to his subordinates. He told them not to pretend they understood his sorrow. They were just like everyone else, not understanding his pain in the slightest. But to hell with it. His sorrow, pain, and maidenless status were his burden alone. Taking advantage of Minsu's improved mood, the Return hero brought up his earlier question. What did he plan to do next? The underground city and reconstruction government were wiped out, and the country's population was at an all-time low. With their initial goals accomplished, what was Minsu's next move? Minsu didn't even think about it. They'd follow the spear hero, Jeongsu. With him around, the world of sorrow and suffering he'd built would be pointless. So they had to get rid of him and the hope he inspired as soon as possible. The Return hero followed up by asking if he was certain. Doing so might mean leaving Korea and facing the entire world. Speaking of which, the world was currently reeling from the news that South Korea had been destroyed by the heroes. Delivering this message was the President of the USA, sharing intel gathered from various sources. He reported that Korea, after enduring months of attacks from the heroes, finally gave out and was destroyed. To avenge their ally, protect the world, and prevent meaningless loss of soldier lives, they had decided to take drastic action against Korea, namely, launching nuclear missiles on their asses. Back in the underground city, the heroes watched the press conference with indifference. The Return hero spoke first, saying he expected something like this. Honestly, he was surprised it took them this long to decide to cook them. The cyborg hero chimed in, showing a live feed of the missiles and reporting that based on their speed, they'd reach the city in under 3 minutes. As for the consequences, they were cooked. The martial arts hero spoke, saying resistance was futile. With the nukes so close, even if they shot them down, the aftershock alone would rip them to pieces. In his opinion, resisting was foolish. Slightly enraged, the vampire hero demanded to know how the cyborg hero had let this happen. Wasn't he supposed to have full control of the airways? How could a bunch of nukes sneak up on them like this? The cyborg hero said it wasn't his fault. He hadn't calculated that the USA would hide nukes in space. They hid them so well that even after hacking their servers and deep diving their files, he didn't see any mention of nuclear weapons in orbit. Laughing, the Iron Arm hero asked why they were so tense. So what if nukes were launched at them? Did they forget they had the ultimate trump card, the hero of Return? With his power, they could easily get out of this mess. Sighing, the hero of Return ignored the Iron Arm brute and turned back to Minsu. He still hadn't answered his question. What did he plan to do next? Minsu had always been obsessed with enacting revenge in Korea, never allowing them to venture outside. But with Korea destroyed, along with the things binding him to it, what did he plan to do in the next reset? Minsu repeated that he'd hunt Jeongsu. Whether the chase stayed in the country or led abroad, he'd follow him. and since the rest of the party agreed, who was he to refuse? Delighted, the hero of Return finally opened his fox-like eyes. He told Minsu he'd made the right choice. When they died and he regressed, he'd join Minsu in destroying the entire world. Then, seemingly satisfied with the interaction, he looked around to see if the other heroes had any requests. The cyborg hero stepped up, telling him to take note of the missile's origin. When they revived, he should inform him so he could hack their systems before they attacked. The Return hero gave a casual nod. Joining the others, he sat and waited for the missiles to arrive. It didn't take long. The missiles closed the distance and detonated upon impact. All of a sudden, it was like a new sun rose in the underground city, brilliant and majestic. During that solemn moment, the hero of Return called out to Minsu, wanting to share something he'd long forgotten but had just remembered. Under Minsu's curious gaze, and ignoring the heat melting his skin away, he dropped the biggest bombshell of the story so far. He was the one who killed Minsu's parents. He was the one responsible for all his suffering. Furious and rightfully shocked, Minsu demanded what the hell he meant by that. But it was already too late. The shockwave and heat caught up to them, reducing them to bones and ash. Under the thunderous destruction, the hero of Return's ability activated, turning back time. When the dizziness subsided, he found himself in the surveillance room, having just finished massacring the special agents. Taking note of his surroundings, the Return hero sighed and got to work. He'd returned to the moment when the agents were preparing to send an emergency report to the USA. It also proved that he was the one who sent that email, leading to the subsequent events, the UN meeting, the USA dropping nukes, and eventually killing them all. As for why he did it, not revealed yet. Probably some scheme he's cooking up, as expected of such a treacherous, fox-eyed bastard. I told you this dude was suspicious. My instincts are always right about Taemin bastards. But aside from that, are we really going to ignore the fact that this dude is confidently sitting on another grown-ass man's lap while retyping the report? I don't know about you, but that's hella gay to me. Anyway, let's ignore the clearly suspect behavior and move on to the happenings of the first day of the reset. Out in orbit, specifically at the super-secret location of God's Hammer, the astronauts, or rather soldiers, had just received the command to launch an attack on Korea. Following the transmission, they quickly began the launch sequence, going through the familiar process with unease. After inputting all the relevant data and finishing their preparations, they finally reached the last stage of the sequence, arming the nukes and preparing for launch. With the keys in their hands, they activated the launchers, ready for shit to go down. All that was left was the final confirmation from the president, and Korea would burn. The world would know destruction unlike anything it had ever seen before. Cheeks would be clapped from orbit, true interplanetary clapping, extraterrestrial smashing, a wonderful spectacle indeed. While they waited for the final go-ahead, the astronauts got to talking. One of them, Jenkins, asked if God's Hammer had ever been used before, either officially or unofficially. His partner, Scott, replied that it hadn't. As a matter of fact, no one was certain about its strength or destructive capabilities since it had never been used before. All the data were just speculation and hypotheses. After they tenderized Korean cheeks from outer space, they would be the first witnesses to God's Hammer's true strength. Of course, there were also the heroes and unlucky Koreans who would face the brunt of the attack, but he figured they'd be too hot to worry about such things at the moment. Soon after, a short wait that perplexingly felt long as hell came to an end when the long-awaited go signal was received. The president had given his green light. It was time to light shit up. Without hesitation, Scott pressed the launch button, aiming to unleash Armageddon on the heroes. However, contrary to the fiery launch he expected, the missiles were eerily quiet, not budging an inch. Taken aback, Scott wondered what the hell was going on. Could it be that the system had chosen then, of all times, to break down? If so, he didn't know what kind of shitty luck that was. It might very well be the famous dog-shit luck villains always ranted about. Before he could piece together a solution or a plausible explanation to give the president, the entire system started bugging out. It began as an inconspicuous glitch, and soon became a full-on open hacking of their interface. With no means to resist, and not the faintest clue who could be doing this, they watched in astonishment as their systems were taken over, their admin status rudely revoked. Then, to their horror, The hackers shifted their attention to the prepared missiles in the chamber. They didn't hesitate to let them rip, dropping every nuke they had in store. As for the target, every major capital city in the world. It should be obvious by now who the hacker was, but for those who still didn't know, it was the cyborg hero from Minsu's party. After the hero of Return regressed, he must have passed on intel about the attacking nukes to the cyborg hero, enabling him to track down the launch station and take it over. The current events were the result of their actions. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the president was still giving his press briefing. He bragged about their nuclear arsenal, boasting that it was more than enough to handle the rampaging heroes. Unfortunately for him, things were about to take a drastic turn. Following a quick radio transmission, his Secret Service agent's face changed drastically, and he immediately dragged the president out of the press room. Without so much as a care for the reporters' expressions, they whisked the president away, explaining the situation as they fled. They informed him that things were dire. As of a couple of minutes ago, they'd lost control of God's hammer to a hostile force, and said hostile force had launched all their nukes back at them, alongside other prominent countries across the world. In short, they were cooked. If they didn't get him out of there, he'd receive the same treatment he'd planned for the Koreans. Interplanetary clapping, extraterrestrial smashing. Sighing, the president told them it was too late to escape. Glancing outside, he noticed the missiles were already upon them, just seconds away from detonating. Even if he were the strictest celibate in the world, there was no escaping this clapping. His cheeks would definitely be marinated that day, and by intergalactic clapping at that. And so the missiles struck, leveling Washington and everything around it. On that day, the world knew pain. The missiles had not only targeted Washington, but several major cities across the globe. The skies were on fire, millions of lives lost, a consequence of a seemingly inconsequential press of a button. In total, 16 missiles were launched, targeting cities including, but not limited to, Paris, France, the city of love. As the French enjoyed their baguettes, they were about to get clapped. Next was Beijing, China, and even the unstoppable Jackie Chan couldn't stop the chaos this time. New Delhi, India, Cairo, Egypt. Those were just a few of the cities that burned, their skies bathed in flames. While all this was going down, in an undisclosed location, U.S. Secretary of Transportation Buck Hines watched the news in shock. He had just stepped out of Washington for a bit. So how had all this happened? As he plotted his next move, his phone rang, drawing his attention. Answering it, he received information that made his already pale face grow even paler. Switching scenes, we're taken to a secure location in one of the still-standing cities in the USA. Ushered through the hallway was the confused Buck Hines, who had absolutely no idea what was going on. Ever since he received the tragic news and the subsequent phone call, everything had been a blur, and he struggled to make heads or tails of anything. Kind of like right now, as he was being escorted to an undisclosed location for reasons unknown to him. Even when he questioned the agents, they didn't give him a proper answer, only telling him to wait. Fed up with the nonsense, Buck told them to back the fuck up. If they didn't explain the situation, he wasn't following them anywhere. At the very least, they needed to answer some of his questions, like whether the president was all right. The agents replied that the president, vice president, chairman, and congressman were all dead. They'd been in Washington when the nukes landed, reducing all of them to ashes. As things stood, he was the sole survivor, aka the designated survivor, tasked with picking up the mantle and acting as president during this troubling time. They were there to carry out the important task of swearing him in before he could wield the power and authority in earnest. With that, they rushed him into a room where the generals and a judge were waiting to administer the oath. After the formalities were done, Buck sat in the new Oval Office, waiting to see what would happen next. The generals told him they had something super top secret, and that they'd be bringing it over shortly. Soon, under Buck's tense anticipation, they walked in with 2 briefcases, the top secret items they'd mentioned earlier. Opening them, one revealed the usual nuclear football, while the other held nothing but a satellite phone. The generals explained that the nuclear briefcase was self-explanatory. It contained the locations, details, and launch points of all nuclear weapons currently in their arsenal. As for the satellite phone, that's where things got juicy. It was a direct line of contact to the hero of Reformation. Shocked, Buck asked what the hell they meant by that. Why would they have a direct line to the hero of Reformation, a known terrorist and a member of that bastard Minsu's team? Not to mention the fact that he was responsible for the nuclear Armageddon they were currently suffering through. The generals replied that he was mistaken. They weren't talking about the cyborg bastard, but a different hero of Reformation. About 100 years ago, the hero of Reformation appeared and helped the Allies end both the First and Second World Wars. In the 20th century, he contributed significantly to turning USA into a leading force in scientific and technological discovery, elevating it to a major world power. The hero of Reformation they were referring to wasn't the bitch-ass cyborg hero from Minsu's team, but another one, the first to appear, and the exclusive hero belonging to them, the USA. And of course, it went without saying that unlike the maidenless one in Korea, theirs had mad pull, absolutely swimming in the huzz. Respectfully, of course. Maiden hopping and huzz pulling jokes aside, let's dive deeper into the origin of heroes in this story. It turns out that every 100 years, a hero is enlisted, conscripted, or outright kidnapped, based on random coordinates. The first known case dates back to the BC era, when a poor slave tasked with building the Great Pyramid is isekai'd after tragically losing his life during its construction. The second case occurs during the War of Dynasties, where a brave warrior, after falling in battle, is transmigrated into an alternate world as the chosen hero. Another instance happens during the Great Plague, when an unassuming worker, whether from the plague itself or from the all-too-familiar exploitation to death common in soul-sucking jobs, dies and is reborn as a hero in a parallel world. Similar occurrences have transpired throughout the long history of mankind. Some cases are more secret than others, but for the most part, they all share the same mold. A hero is transmigrated to a parallel world upon their death in our world, and is tasked with saving the new one. Should they succeed and kill the Demon King, they earn the right to transmigrate back to Earth, still bearing the abilities and magic they acquired. Some, upon returning, choose to live quietly, hiding their powers. Others, like our boy Moses over here, choose to flex on the homies, splitting seas, performing miracles, stressing pharaohs, and doing the absolute most. They use their abilities grandly, leaving behind folklore that remains etched in human history. Another example is the brave warrior from the War of Dynasties. Upon his return, he swiftly ended the conflict and ascended the throne as emperor. As for which emperor exactly? Your guess is as good as mine. All I know is the dude probably pulled mad huzz, wives, concubines, the whole imperial package. Lucky bastard. Anyway, among the few who chose to influence the world subtly, rather than through grand miracles like the homie Moses, one originated from the USA. Apart from being the hidden hand behind several crucial scientific advancements, she's also the main focus of this lore dump. But before we get to her, let's shift back to Minsu's team, who are currently receiving this same exposition from the hero of return, also known as the fox-eyed bastard. He explains that what he just presented is merely his hypothesis, though he believes the truth is likely very similar, if not identical. The vampire hero cuts in, asking if that means heroes exist outside of Korea. Is that what he's implying? The faith hero responds that it certainly makes sense. If heroes can be summoned from Korea, what's stopping other nations from having their own? Besides, there are far too many myths and legends worldwide for that not to be the case. The Iron Arm hero scoffs. So what if other nations have heroes? With how much time has passed and no word of them, they've likely died of old age. They might be heroes, but they're not immortal. Age catches up to everyone eventually, especially fossil heroes from who knows what era. The faith hero counters that this may not necessarily be true. Some heroes, like herself, can live well over 100 years. It wouldn't be surprising if others like her exist. Besides, aren't the hero of Reformation and the hero of Return prime examples? Beings like them barely qualify as human anymore. Living for centuries wouldn't be a stretch. Laughing, the hero of Return agrees. He'd considered that possibility too, that's why he brought it up. Regardless, everything is still under control. They just need to stay alert and avoid underestimating their enemies, lest they die tragic and pathetic deaths. Elsewhere in Silicon Valley, USA, the new president is getting his mind blown. Not the way you're thinking, you pervert. He's receiving unbelievable news. he learns that some of humanity's greatest minds, Einstein, Tesla, von Neumann, and several others, were merely alter egos of a single individual, the hero of Reformation. They never truly existed as separate figures, but were personas she adopted while subtly advancing humanity's progress. Confirming this, the hero of Reformation shifts the topic back to the president's reason for visiting: Minsu and his band of villains. Since someone of his authority came personally, he must need her help, specifically in eliminating Minsu and his crew. The president confirms that's exactly why he's here. He admits he was skeptical at first, but after uncovering the scope of her influence and innovations, he can't help but feel hopeful. Maybe she truly is who they need. The hero of Reformation, now a full-fledged mech, steps forward at his words, causing the secret agents to go on high alert, hands reaching for their weapons. Not that it would change anything. She lowers herself slightly and asks if he's sure. The last president refused her help, claiming humanity should shape the world through its own efforts, rather than rely on the handouts of non-humans like her. So, is he certain? Because if he truly wants her assistance, she won't disappoint him. The president replies that he is. Facing a threat of this magnitude, he's prepared to accept help from anyone, donkey or futuristic cyborg hero alike. But that raises a question. Why is she so willing to help? What separates her from the villainous heroes in Korea? Through a flashback, we learn her reasons are sentimental. After returning from the other world, her body so modified it barely counted as human anymore. The soldiers she fought beside still accepted her. Her country embraced her. This is simply her way of giving back. Thus, the hero of Reformation, cyborg girl Marie Stevenson, officially joins the battle. Meanwhile, in the basement of Vatican City, a similar scene unfolds, albeit far more bizarre. Under the Pope's supervision, a metal coffin is retrieved from molten lava, revealed to be some kind of torture device. Confused, the cardinals ask what's inside. Is it merely a relic of the church? Or is Diddy about to get a new home? The Pope replies that the coffin already has an occupant. It houses the last man to ever perform a miracle, the last hero of faith, Saint Damian Arcadius. Elsewhere, in Oymyakon, Sakha Republic, Russia, the Russians also enter the fray, sending soldiers to recruit their own hero. After knocking on his door and waiting for a response, they inform veteran Ivan Pushkin, the ancestor of the homie Vladimir Putin, that his country needs him. Chaos is brewing abroad, and it's time for him to step up, for the motherland. So, Ivan Pushkin, the hero of glaciation, the hero whose name never appeared in their history, is he ready to answer the call? Solemn-faced, Pushkin replies with 2 words: hell yeah. And so, the gears of war turn, and heroes from past eras, long believed dead, are brought back onto the stage. Meanwhile, as the various parties recruit heroes to aid them in battle, we get more context about the situation in the different countries post-nuclear crisis. Several heads of state scramble to understand what the hell just happened, and why the USA had attacked them instead of the target country, Korea. Unbeknownst to them, their scramble for answers, doubts and accusations directed at their allies, cost them the greatest weapon they had against the heroes: order. Without it, they're no better than headless chickens, aimlessly running around, failing to understand the importance of unity when combating superior foes like the heroes. As such, instead of coming together, each nation self-isolated, locking down their borders to deal with the nuclear fallout. Not knowing this not only severely lowered the efficiency of handling the aftermath, but also gave the heroes the perfect opportunity to press the attack, targeting and devouring each country individually instead of combating them all simultaneously as a united whole. The outcome of this? Total annihilation. The isolated countries stood no chance against the heroes on their own, even when the heroes had split up to act independently instead of uniting as they usually do. The evil hero of transformation chose Los Angeles as its target, and barring any surprises, the city would soon be decimated, completely lacking the resources and ability to resist. The vampire hero's target was Africa, specifically Egypt, where it annihilated everything and everyone in the Suez Canal, using the blood of the victims to construct a gigantic skull of blood. Over 200,000 people were sacrificed for that deed, further emphasizing the error of the government's decision to self-isolate. Maybe with more manpower and support, things wouldn't have ended up like that. The faith hero's choice was Italy. As the Italians played their game of mafia and enjoyed their spaghetti, her lone figure stealthily appeared in the air above the Mediterranean Sea, looking at the country like it was a juicy steak. Which honestly makes sense, 'cause have you seen their waifus? Goddamn. Anyway, she didn't stay alone for long. Soon, puppets of her religion joined her in the air, giving a literal meaning to the song "It's Raining Men," should their strings be cut and they inevitably fall to the ground. Elsewhere in the Republic of Korea, the northern one, Minsu was also on the move. He walked through the Pyongyang line of defense like it was his garden, unfazed by the numerous tanks pointing their muzzles at him. At the same time, the supreme leader of North Korea, the homie Jong-un, received the news about his arrival and immediately lost his shit. He slammed his hand on the table, demanding to know how Minsu got there so fast. Wasn't there a minefield in his way? The general replied that Minsu was a freak. Unlike his horrible luck with the hose, he was truly unparalleled in the streets, specifically in the art of aura farming. The dude literally marched through the minefield, not dodging shit and tanking everything that came at him. He didn't even bother to look back, just ignoring the obvious explosions as he made his way to the defense line. Startled, Jong-un jolted from his seat as he yelled at the general to repeat what he had just said. What did he mean Minsu tanked that shit? Was he playing with him right now? But after mulling it over, he realized it was indeed possible, so he shifted to devising a countermeasure instead. North Korea had been serving as a buffer between the hero, China, and Russia for some time, and Jong-un knew the latter wouldn't abandon him. All he had to do was stall for time until the two countries made a move, and North Korea would automatically be saved. Plus, he had heard rumors that Russia had a hero of its own, so he truly didn't need to confront Minsu alone, just stall until the Russian hero arrived. With that in mind, he ordered the general to heed his command. The forces at the defense line were to use everything in their arsenal to stall Minsu. Everything, from the infantry units to the artillery units. Heck, if necessary, they should call upon all the waifus in the country to distract him. Everything under the heavens was permitted to be used, so long as it could keep that monster there for even a second longer. Back at the defense line, the soldiers adhered to the command and let everything fly. They blanketed the sky with missiles, targeting Minsu. The missiles traced through the air, detonating upon impact with sickening explosions. The area seemed to develop a new sun, lighting up the sky for miles around. Finally, when the explosions ceased and the smoke settled, a soldier exited his tank to assess the situation. I don't know why he had to leave the tank to do that, but hey, to each their own. Some people just love death, I guess. Anyway, he looked around, and all he saw was pure destruction. Not one piece of land was left unscathed. Everything had been leveled, if not worse. He delighted at the sight, believing Minsu would surely be dead after all that. Even a hero shouldn't be able to overcome that, right? Wrong. As the dust settled, a figure slowly appeared amidst the carnage, completely unscathed by the recent bombardment. Who else could it be but the bastard Minsu, now embraced in the goddess's protection? Lucky bastard, completely unfazed by the attack. He calmly called upon his greatsword, Durant, balancing it on his shoulder like he was about to slaughter some chickens. Seeing this, the soldier yelled for the next bombardment to begin. That bastard couldn't be allowed to attack. However, by then, it was already too late. Minsu activated the daybreak mode of his sword, using it to cleave through the entire battalion, the defense line, and even the mountains behind them. The single slash utterly decimated everything in sight, melting away the soldiers, tanks, and even the city they had tried so hard to protect. Everything went up in flames, lighting up as though a nuclear bomb had been dropped. When the carnage finally died down, the only thing left, apart from a completely decimated South Pyongyang, was the bastard Minsu, still standing in place like he hadn't just massacred millions of people. What a bastard. Still, his rampage didn't end there. He continued forward, slashing apart everything and everyone he came across, reducing the already oppressive nation of North Korea into a purgatory. Slash after slash, devastation after devastation, he carved his way through the country, destroying everything until finally a being capable of standing up against him appeared. Lifting his seemingly bored yet soulless gaze, Minsu cast it upon the figure standing before him, the homie Ivan Pushkin, Ivan in return glared at him, asking if he was the maidenless bastard who had dragged the world back into hell, all because someone hurt his feelings and his girl got snatched. Well, all that stopped now. It was about time someone taught him a lesson, and that person was him, Ivan Pushkin, his poppy. Let the battle begin.
But first, before the cheek clapping, let's take a quick look at the events of 1943. Reichstag, Nazi Germany. Or in other words, the backstory of the hero Pushkin, kin of Putin. In the headquarters of the Nazi forces, the fiend with the mustache, the monster who single-handedly almost conquered the whole world, sat stressing, his concerned eyes never leaving the map before him. He tapped at it restlessly, seemingly waiting for important news to arrive. Finally, after some time, a general barged into the room, announcing that he had urgent intel about the Eastern Front to report. Delighted, Hitler's face blossomed into a wide smile, encouraging him to go on. What did he have to report? Had they won the battle? Had Stalingrad finally been occupied by them, with all the waifus falling into their hands? The general replied that wasn't the case at all. In fact, they had lost the battle at Stalingrad, and badly at that. Not only had their army been destroyed, but the few survivors who managed to escape were all tracked down by the enemy and taken prisoner. Enraged, Hitler threw a telephone at the general, demanding he repeat what he had just said. What did he mean their army had been defeated? How was that possible? They had deployed the 6th and 17th Armies, the 1st and 4th Panzer Divisions, the Golem warrior Jonas, not to mention the sword warrior Siegfried. How was it possible that they had still lost, even with such overwhelming forces? This wasn't the future they promised him. Where were the vanquished foes? The maidens chanting his name? Where were the waifus promised to him, God damn it? He panted in rage, refusing to accept everything he was hearing. It just didn't make sense at all. Despairing, he asked what had happened. Who was the bastard who ruined his well-orchestrated plan and stopped his invincible army? Shifting to the battlefield, the answer is quickly revealed. Large stretches of land were covered in ice. The soldiers unlucky enough to be there annihilated as well. The battlefield had morphed into a bizarre glacier, with corpses and frozen golems scattered everywhere. As for the cause of all this, who else could it be but the homie Pushkin, now several years younger than his future self? He stood menacingly in the middle of the battlefield, glaring down at the trapped sword warrior before him. Siegfried, in return, asked what he was doing. Wasn't he a warrior too? Why had he chosen the side of order? Didn't he have any ambition of conquest raging within him? Pushkin replied that the only ambition he had was for peace. He wanted to put an end to the conflict as fast as possible, so that his comrades could return to their families. He had no desire to rule over his fellow man. With those words, he summoned a piece of ice, morphing it into an axe soon after. Then, with the same impassive face, he brought the axe down on Siegfried's neck, decapitating him with a single swing. As the sword warrior's blood sputtered, bathing Pushkin in its crimson filth, time reverts back to the present, back to the face-off against Minsu. Assessing his foe, Minsu asks if he's there to stop him, and if he's a hero as well. Pushkin replies that he's indeed a hero, as no ordinary man could ever hope to match up against a monster like him. In response, Minsu draws his sword, clearly unwilling to continue the pointless conversation. Since Pushkin is an enemy, there's no point in continued banter. Their weapons could just do the talking. However, before he strikes, Pushkin calls for him to hold up. There is one thing he needs to clarify before they fight, and that is Minsu's motives. What is it that he wants? Why is he so hell-bent on destroying the world? Swinging his sword, Minsu replies that he doesn't know anymore. But for now, Pushkin should first eat this attack to see how he likes it. He lets it rain on Pushkin, swinging a mighty sword aura at the glacial hero. Pushkin, in turn, stays rooted in place, clearly intending to tank that shit. He tells Minsu that his answer is expected, as no sane human could have a legitimate reason for such slaughter. Still, Minsu's tyranny has gone on long enough, and it's time he put an end to that nonsense. He opens his mouth, summoning an ice turtle to join the fray. Perfect timing, too, as Minsu's attack finally lands, leveling the ground and everything else around him. As the dust settles and the smoke clears, the outcome of the clash becomes apparent. Pushkin had survived the attack, relying on his summoned tortoise to tank the blow. This leaves Minsu slightly apprehensive, as he also figures out the type of hero Pushkin is, a magician, the worst kind of enemy he could face. And true to this fear, Pushkin strikes back, blowing a powerful gust of frozen wind at Minsu. This wind soon condenses into permafrost, blanketing Minsu and the surrounding area, officially turning the ruined city into an ice abyss. Amidst the raging frost and the bellowing storm, Minsu's silhouette slowly appears, frozen in place, though still sporting a malevolent glint in his eyes. Amazed, Pushkin calls him a monster. The cold attack was formidable enough to freeze any ordinary hero to death, yet Minsu just tanked it, not even losing the focus in his gaze. Still, it didn't change the fact that he had been immobilized for a minute, and that was enough for Pushkin to make his next move. With the permafrost freezing Minsu in place and the invasive cold ceaselessly harming his body, Pushkin wagers that he has a good minute to advance his attack. Thus, without further delay, he strikes the defending tortoise shell, sending it crashing toward Minsu. The shell spins like a top, arriving before the latter in an instant, and in the window, where Minsu is still frozen in place, crashes into him, sending him flying into the distance. The blow is sufficient enough to knock the shit out of Minsu, but at the same time, it also frees him from his frozen state, giving him the opportunity to counterattack. But before he can do so, he is shocked to discover that his hands have been frozen still, a deliberate move by Pushkin to trap him in place. Speaking of the hero, he appears before Minsu already pressing his attack. He summons a frozen bear, enlarges it to a gigantic size, and then sets it loose on the trapped foe. The bear, in turn, pounces on Minsu, bashing the shit out of him and causing him to spurt blood. Unrelenting, it settles into a merciless barrage, clawing Minsu's body and digging him deeper into the ground. To the side watches Pushkin, taking in the events with intense keenness. Normally, he would have stopped the attack by now, moving in to check whether his foe was still breathing, but there is no way he would do something so stupid. This isn't a normal foe. This is the great enemy Minsu, and he'll be damned if he lets him slip away because of carelessness. With that resolve, he summons more firepower, a colony of seagulls, sending them flying toward the beaten Minsu. The birds arrive above him, beginning their fatal finishing move, Bird Strike. Like a volley of homing missiles, they crash into him, joining the bear in mounting a combined offensive. The barrage leaves Minsu reeling, and for a long time, he takes the beating passively, helpless to change his fate. Still, he is the big bad Minsu. There's no way he can take that beating lying down. He stretches out his hand, summoning his great sword Durant to come to his rescue. The sword cuts through the chaos, cleaves apart the attacking bear, and forces Pushkin into a frantic retreat. It's only after he has put some distance between them that he analyzes the situation, realizing that Minsu has locked in, his helmet appearing on his head at some point. Cursing, Pushkin once again calls him a monster. To think that after all that, the fiend still isn't dead. What terrifying vitality he has. Minsu, on the other hand, stops playing around, his demeanor turning grim. With a sword in his hand, he tells Pushkin he is fed up with his interference. If he still insists on getting in his way, then he'll have no choice but to sweep him aside, same as all the other trash who ever opposed him. He swings his sword, unleashing a colossal sword aura at the glacial hero, aiming to decapitate him in a single slash. And surprisingly, the attack lands, chopping off Pushkin's head and rendering him into a headless corpse. I'd thought he would pull some last-minute hex, plot armoring the shit out of the situation. But to my surprise, the dude actually croaked, becoming another entry on Minsu's long list of victims. Speaking of the villain, he gives more lore about his defeat of Pushkin, or in other words, he's straight up flexing. He explains that fighting against a mage as a swordsman almost always puts the swordsman at a disadvantage. This is because mages excel at ranged combat and can easily keep the swordsman at bay while they rain down attacks on them. On top of that, mages have a vast arsenal of spells at their disposal, making predicting their next attack difficult, if not straight up impossible. Because of that, more often than not when a swordsman fights a mage, they have no choice but to become a living target, one-sidedly enduring the mage's assault while they defend or get thrashed passively. Case in point when Minsu was getting a thorough cheek clapping in his fight against Pushkin earlier. All he could do was endure the fade, getting his cakes marinated like he was a masochist or something. Regardless, like with all things, there is a counter. And for mages in particular, that counter is the swordsman's experience. So long as the swordsman isn't a complete noob and has some experience fighting a mage, there are several tactics they could deploy to level the playing field, and Minsu was one such experienced swordsman. He didn't just chase Huz in the other world and give mommies sleepless nights. The homie was out there for real, battling demons and gaining experience. Experience that obviously included fighting mages. In addition, Pushkin isn't the first mage he's fought after returning to Earth. He'd faced off against another mage, the magician hero, and that bastard was even more of a nuisance than the glacial hero. Nevertheless, Minsu learned something during that battle that became crucial for winning said fight, as well as all the others that would follow, and that was deceit. Yes, you heard that right. The key to winning a fight against a mage as a swordsman is to bluff your way to high heaven. Throughout the fight, he one-sidedly received a beating, letting the mage believe that his ranged attacks were trash. Meanwhile, he endured the mage's attacks using nothing but his resilient physique to muddle through, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. When the mage had taken the bait, believing that he was helpless against him, that's when he struck out like the bite of a venomous viper. He turned the tables around, squashing any misconception that a swordsman's attacks are limited in range and speed, and directly targeted the mage's neck with a sword aura, decapitating him in a single slash. That's how he managed to defeat the previous magic hero, and he similarly deployed the same technique to beat Pushkin. You know what they say. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Kinda like your Latina mommy. If she's only great because she's crazy, then don't mess up the system. Leave that crazy bee alone, because you know the makeup sesh will go crazy. Slashed tires? She kidnapped your mom? Don't worry about it. That's just the price of love. Anyway, as he stands before Pushkin, his fallen foe, and a clear indication of his victory, Minsu can't help but feel that something is off. Sure, he just went on a whole rant explaining how he'd bested the man and came out on top. But for some reason, he can't help but feel like something is missing, like he had overlooked something crucial. Normally, experience should indeed help a swordsman in bridging the gap between themselves and a mage, but there's one case where said experience becomes useless. And that is if the mage has experience as well. And Pushkin, a monster who has lived for over 100 years, definitely has that experience. Thinking to this point, Minsu finally realizes the inconsistency in the corpse. Namely, it wasn't bleeding. He had just chopped off Pushkin's head. How could it not be bleeding? Something was definitely off, and that realization alarmed him greatly. Too bad it was already too late. In the second he stood dazed by the thought, Pushkin's corpse burst open, revealing the real Pushkin from within, lunging in for a sneak attack. The move was so unexpected that by the time Minsu reacted, the ice dagger had already struck, stabbing through his heart. This dealt Minsu considerable damage, and he inescapably coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gloating, Pushkin revealed that the swordsman experience bullshit wouldn't work on him. He's faced off against enough swordsmen to know their tricks, particularly their fondness for the enemy's neck. They all, without exception, always target the neck of their opponent. In response, Minsu strikes back, slashing for Pushkin's flank, but the geezer doesn't seem fazed at all. He tells Minsu that all swordsmen are the same. The second they get cornered, their counterattacks become too easy to predict, just like his actions right now. Saying so, he opens his mouth, summoning the next creature, a giant squid, to join the fray. The behemoth materializes, and, without delay, smacks the shit out of Minsu, sending him flying like a rag doll. After crashing pathetically and barely picking himself up from the rubble, Minsu reassesses his situation, and it is bad. The sneak attack was insidiously effective, managing to wound his heart, and because the resultant chill was spreading within his body, it was completely immune to the goddess's protection, which primarily dealt with surface-level injuries. That is to say, he was in a tight bind, and if he didn't do something about it soon, forget Pushkin's attacks, he would most likely fall over and die on his own. Unfortunately for the villain, Pushkin wasn't going to sit this one out. He pressed his attack, summoning a humpback whale to join the fight. The colossal creature shot at Minsu, not giving him a chance to breathe. Even still, Minsu retaliated, slashing it in twain with a single strike. However, the attack took its toll on him, spreading the chill within him and causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. a sign that he was succumbing to the frostbite. Seeing this, Pushkin pressed the attack. Since his opponent was so close to death, why not send him off a little faster? He manipulated his technique, morphing the colossal whale into two silver-fanged wolves, sending them pouncing at Minsu. This instantly put pressure on Minsu, and Pushkin just stood to the side, watching to see what he would do next. It is also revealed that this is as far as the previous sword hero got. The fight between himself and Pushkin had played out almost the same, eventually leading to his death. Thus, as he watched Minsu confront the wolves, Pushkin couldn't help but hold some anticipation for the upcoming events. As for Minsu, his situation was getting more and more perilous. Not only did he have to fend off the two relentless wolves, his body was also shutting down, a consequence of the frostbite. Barring any surprises, he would undoubtedly die in the next 30 seconds. Unwilling to accept this, Minsu ordered his sword to enter its second form, Durant Split form. With a sword in each hand, he cleaved through the attacking wolves, dicing them apart like tofu. Then, leveraging the momentum, he closed in on Pushkin, clearly intending to make the next 30 seconds count. Pushkin, in turn, locked in as well, acknowledging Minsu's strength to be greater than the previous sword hero. As such, he had no choice but to go all out as well. He ignored the charging Minsu, opening his mouth to summon the next force, the Frosted Dead. A battalion of soldiers slowly manifested around him, blocking off Minsu's path and shielding him from the charging foe. Amidst the soldiers were familiar figures. The former Golem hero as well as Siegfried, the former sword hero, the very same one Pushkin clapped. With an entire army aiding him, Pushkin waited for Minsu to attack, resolved to end the battle once and for all. No matter how things played out, everything would end in 30 seconds. And yes, you guessed it. That's what she said. Flashing back, let's delve a bit into Pushkin's past. Way before he became the Chad he is now, ancestor of the notorious Putin and current glacial hero, stroke war veteran and cheek synthesizer, he was but a humble boy from a humble background. Actually, it's better to call him poor. His family was without funds, forcing him to enlist in the war in exchange for 3 months' worth of flour rations for his family. In the war, everything went to shit, as you might have imagined. Pushkin was deployed on the Eastern Front, fighting head-on against the zealous believers of the homie with a mustache. The war was brutal. Many men fell, and soon Pushkin, the noob who hadn't even known the touch of a maiden, came to understand the atrocities of war firsthand. It wasn't the glorified fairy tale most had portrayed, but an endless cycle of death and despair. Worse still, he wasn't even certain he'd survive long enough to enjoy the victory cheeks he'd been promised while enlisting. Wasn't that a bitch? Thus, with that realization in mind, and amidst a cacophony of death and destruction, Pushkin settled on a resolve. He would end all wars and usher in an era of peace and harmony. So long as he could help it, no man would ever have to bear arms against a fellow man, and fathers wouldn't have to bury their sons lost while fighting another man's war. Too bad the ideal was noble, but the execution impossible. Just as he finished making this declaration, a bomb was tossed at him, bouncing and settling in front of him. Before he could react, that bastard went off, lighting his shit up and cutting off his hopes for a peaceful world. Well, at least that's what should have happened. Instead, Pushkin was transmigrated, summoned into another world as a hero. After fulfilling his duties over there, clapping all the extraterrestrial waifus he could find, and even allegedly shooting his shot at the Queen, he finally returned to Earth to pursue his grand ambition. Fast forward a couple of years, and here he is, fighting Minsu to protect the peace he so much cherishes. Summoning one soldier after another, he sent them charging at Minsu, determined to emerge victorious in this bout to the death. Likewise, Minsu swung his sword, cleaving through the enemies that came, fully resolved to continue the cycle of pain and suffering. His blades sang like nightingales, swishing through the soldiers and slowly pushing toward the relentless Pushkin. As for the hero, he continued his assault, completely unfazed by the fact that Minsu was mowing through them like grass. If one soldier wasn't enough, then he'd send 100. And if 100 weren't enough, then he'd send 1,000. He'd continue to send soldiers until Minsu was well and thoroughly clapped. No Diddy, of course. Slashing through the endless barrage, Minsu realized this as well, and his blades swung even faster. He cleaved through the summoned soldiers like cabbages, his sword aura lighting up the sky. No matter what, he was determined to push through the pain, close in on Pushkin, and put an end to this battle before it became a hopeless war of attrition. Unfortunately, doing so wasn't going to be easy. Just as he took the next step forward, Pushkin switched up his attack style, sending arm golems at him instead. The golems quickly overwhelmed him, piling on top of him and burying him in a heap of ice. Still, Minsu was Minsu for a reason. Not just anyone could become the sword hero, nor almost crack the holy maiden of the other world. He swiftly unleashed an X-slash, tearing through the golems with ease. Then, with even more ferocity, he advanced forward, mowing down the enemies and closing in on Pushkin with unmatched speed. However, just as he was about to reach the glacial hero, his path was suddenly blocked by Siegfried, the former sword hero, his slash raining down on Minsu. Minsu had no choice but to halt his advance, block the attack, and struggle to keep his footing against such a formidable foe. The ground quaked as a result of their clash, and finally, after everything died down, the outcome of the clash was revealed. Minsu had lost. He lay beaten in a ditch, his visage a sorry contrast to the magnificent Poppy at the start of the battle. Worse still, he could no longer suppress the chill ravaging his body, and parts of it began breaking off, beginning with his arm, which crumbled due to the frostbite. This broke Minsu's balance, and he collapsed to the ground, his face a blend of fatigue and unwillingness. Unwillingness because he felt his path shouldn't end there. He still had a lot of suffering to spread, but more importantly, wasn't this unfair? He was but one man fighting against an army. Surely he had the right to call bullshit on this, right? He refused to be a pawn trapped in a game of chess against Pushkin, completely hopeless. Thus, without hesitation, he decided to be like the homie Zorro and bite that shit. Who needs arms when you can simply eat it? I'm talking about the sword, of course. Witnessing this, Pushkin called him a monster. Despite losing his arm and receiving a thorough beating, he still refused to yield, determined to fight until the bitter end. In response, Minsu's gaze hardened, and he looked at Pushkin with even more resolve. He was resolved to see his ambitions through, to make everyone experience the suffering he'd been through, the despair of sacrificing everything to return home only to realize there was nothing left for you anymore. Everything you'd once loved and cherished was long gone, and the only things you had left were pain and anguish. He wanted everyone to feel it, and yes, that included the waifus. Jumping forward, he arched a path through the battlefield, mowing down everything that stood in his way. Soon, he reached the edge of the battlefield, beginning an all-out clash against Pushkin's last line of defense. To this, the old hero just sighed, realizing Minsu was more of a monster than he'd imagined. If he didn't stop him here, end his tirade then and there, who knew what catastrophes he'd bring to the world? Thus, without hesitation, he lunged forward, striking at Minsu with his well-prepared trump card, an ice Rasengan to the head. He grabbed Minsu's head, hitting him with an absolute zero blast at point-blank range. The strike chilled everything around them, freezing the ground, but more importantly, Minsu himself, trapping him in a block of ice. However, Pushkin didn't escape unscathed. He was incredibly winded, his breath coming out in rough, ragged gasps. Still, he was incredibly happy, as he'd managed to deal with the calamity that was Minsu, thereby preventing a war. As far as achievements go, and resolving regrets before his demise, he could say he'd done quite well. He was more than satisfied. As he slumped to the ground, counting the seconds before his inevitable demise, something unexpected happened. Something that doused the solemn and rewarding moment with a bucket of cold water. A shooting star suddenly appeared in the bright sky, crashing down on the battlefield and laying waste to everything around it. This left everyone flabbergasted, especially Pushkin, who couldn't believe what was happening. Where the hell did that star come from? When things settled down, the answer was quickly revealed. That hadn't been a star at all, but a summoning portal, teleporting Minsu's former team to Earth. Seems Lady Luck and Plot Armor weren't done with the homie just yet, and had summoned his former squad to help him. And as expected, when the team saw the tragic state Minsu was in, they immediately decided to help him. No questions asked, not even if this cheek clapping was deserved or not. Goddamn meddling bastards. As for Minsu, he looked at his former party in shock, wondering how they'd gotten there, and at that crucial moment, at that. Was it a coincidence? Or was it, as the narrator had said, and plot armor was wilding in the background? Regardless, the house didn't matter, because this was a great opportunity. Maybe, just maybe, he might actually flip things over and escape this shit. Back to Beck Hana, the faith hero. After decimating the city, the Italian government finally sent in forces to confront her. They deployed their air force, sending a flight of jets to intercept and destroy her. And if possible, they had orders to blow that disgusting smile off her face. So what if she was a baddie? Their missiles were ranked E for everyone, meaning anyone could get them, including the waifus. Truly some gender equality type shit. To this, the fighter pilots said bet and let it fly. They unleashed heat on her, firing a flurry of guided missiles to bake her ass. Hana, however, wasn't fazed by the barrage in the slightest. She watched their approach with indifference, even having the time to joke with her puppets. Then, as if finally locking in, she asked her minions if they wanted to see a miracle. Of course, the brainwashed fools said yes, so Hana instructed them to come closer. She told them that she'd show them a miracle, but first, a little something was needed from them. It wasn't anything much, just a little something called their lives. Yes, she wanted them to sacrifice their lives for her cause. Foolishly, the brainwashed believers agreed. So Hana burned their life force, using the mysterious energy to power her spell, disintegrating the missiles and slowly turning them into a swirl of petals. What was even more bizarre was the crumbling silhouettes of the believers beside her. Clearly, they'd suffered the same fate as the missiles, disintegrating into petals after their life force was extinguished. Witnessing this, the captain of the fighter pilot said, "Fuck that," and ordered an immediate retreat. They'd come there to roast some hero ass, not get tangled up with magical Houdini bullshit. He immediately radioed base, telling the commander they needed backup. If their flight of jets wasn't enough to bring the hero down, then they'd just have to compensate with superior numbers. He refused to believe Hana would still pull off her magic bullshit if she had enough missiles fired at her face. Done with the call, he told his boys they were going back in. Since backup would take a while to arrive, they had to do their best to stall Hana for some time. Who knows? Maybe she might just fall for their ugly faces and let them land missiles on her. He expected the usual banter from his taunt, but for some reason, the squad was awfully quiet on the comms. Not a clapback, not even the usual taunt about his mama being fine. This immediately raised alarm bells in the captain's heart, and he instantly glanced over to see what was going on. To his shock, his boys were literally blooming. They'd been afflicted by the same curse as the missiles and were steadily turning into petals. It wasn't just them, even he and his jet were experiencing the same fate, their bodies slowly blossoming into petals. Damn, what a fruity way to go. Anyway, amidst the pilots' unwilling cries, they slowly disintegrated, their jets following them in destruction with resounding explosions. Soon, all that was left was the beaming Hana, her gentle visage surrounded by countless petals, a sharp contrast to what had just happened. However, this false tranquility didn't last long. As soon as the fighter jets failed their mission, the naval fleet opened fire, blanketing the sky with ballistic missiles. They let it fly like the 4th of July, unleashing everything they had at the loathsome hero. Sadly, even that wasn't enough. Soon, the entire fleet was wiped out, the ships melting like ice on a hot mommy. That last part was unnecessary, but you already know your boy is down bad, so why not add some sauce? Back in the command center, the higher-ups watched the live feed with trepidation. They'd mobilized a whole freaking fleet to counter the faith hero, and the only outcome was the complete annihilation of their forces. They hadn't even managed to make Baek Hana sweat. Now wasn't that a bitch? Stressing, the general asked his men what they should do. They were completely powerless against the hero's miracles. So how were they to bridge that deadlock? His men had no solution, but a strange figure who had appeared among them at some point replied that it wasn't that big of a deal. But before anything, he had to clarify that what Hana used weren't true miracles. Miracles were divine, benevolent gifts bestowed upon the people from a place of love. They weren't like the grotesque nonsense Hana was doing right now. If they didn't believe him, then he'd just show them what true miracles were like. This strange, almost charlatan-looking kid was Saint Damien Arcadius, the first faith hero and hidden trump card of the Vatican. Which is wild to think about, especially with the rumors surrounding the Catholic Church. I mean, did his design really have to be that of an adorable little kid? It's really rubbing me the wrong way, pun intended. Anyway, after making his grand entrance, St. Damien didn't waste any more time with the stunned general and walked toward the monitor showing the live feed. He told him not to worry about who he was, because he wouldn't remember anyway. But even still, there was one thing Damien needed him, or rather all of them, to do, and that was to believe in him and believe that he'd win. After saying so, he miraculously disappeared into the screen using the live feed, or maybe the internet, to teleport to the battlefield. As he did, we get a bit of his backstory. Damien Arcadius was a saint who first appeared during the Black Death. He loved humanity so much that he absorbed the entirety of the plague into himself before sealing it, and himself, away. Legends told of his benevolent deeds, how every town he visited would overflow with milk and honey for the orphans and for the adults. You guessed it right. He was like Oprah Winfrey in that bitch, dishing out huzz and poppies like it was a 2-for-1 special or something. You get a crack, she gets a crack, everyone gets a crack. And to show that I'm not making that shit up, we flick back to the command center, where Damien's footprints have turned into nut. Or maybe it's honey, symbolizing the whole milk and honey thing, and I'm just tripping. Regardless, let's ignore that for now and move to the battlefield, because the young saint had just made it to the fray. He unfolded his white, angelic wings, standing in contrast to Hana with her eerie, glowing wings, surrounded by an army of brainwashed minions. Unfazed, Hana called out to him, saying that she'd heard about him before, the faith hero that came before her, or in other words, her senpai. Bowing her head, she offered a polite greeting, saying that it was a pleasure to meet a fellow faith hero. However, instead of acknowledging her greeting, Damien's eyes flicked to the minions, tears slowly welling up within them. With a sorrowful expression, he told her that her minions were terrified. That was not how faith nor belief should be. He truly felt sorry for them. In response, Hana's thoughts flicked to a dark time in her life, back when she was trapped in a dark room, scared, and, from the looks of it, abused by someone who seemed to be a man of the cloth. He'd always tell her those words whenever he visited her room at night, hence the intense reaction. Snapping out of her thoughts, Hana yelled at Damien, or rather, the shadow of the man only she could see. She told him that she wasn't scared, that she wasn't that helpless little girl anymore. She'd grown, and she would show him just how much. Declaring so, she began a massacre, sacrificing all her minions to summon the greatest evil. With their blood and pain as nourishment, she managed to summon a colossal creature of bizarre magnitude, the fallen angel of despair, Myrtaniel. Upon its summoning, Myrtaniel didn't waste time and immediately went on the offensive, conjuring an evil-tailed beast bomb, which it blasted at Damien. The saint, however, wasn't fazed at all, his expression still one of sorrow and pity. He watched the blast close in on him, clearly intending to tank that shit. And I gotta give it to him. He indeed looks hella cool right now, truly a saint of the huzz. Damn.